Hey everybody, you were tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. You might notice our countdown is not working. That's okay. We're just going to wing it, folks. But thanks for being here a little bit early. Congratulations, and a big old congratulations to, who is it? The only Warnley over on YouTube. Congratulations for first comment of the day. Okay, folks, we're going to get the show started just about, whenever we want, apparently, because the timer isn't working. But I want to take a second and let you know you should head on over to CanaryCry.Party. For those who have visited CanaryCry.Party before, you can go try it again because there's a new fun thing over there. Of course, we've always had a link to our producer page over at CanaryCryRadio.com/support, but Linktree made a new fun thing available where you can become a producer right there on Linktree. That's right. Are you tired of clicking links that take you somewhere else on the internet? Well, CanaryCry.Party is here to solve your most prescient woes. And now you can become a producer immediately right there on the Linktree at CanaryCry.Party. Go check it out. And if you haven't become a producer yet, this week is probably your week. In fact, this day is probably your day. We've got plenty of room over on the producer section there. No executive producers or associate executive producers have come in quite yet. So if you've been waiting to put some value back in, now is the time to do it. All right, folks, we're going to get started here in just a second, but make sure to share the show out. Go ahead, click that little share button, hit the like button, do all that fun stuff before we get started here, because we got a great show for you. And of course, as always, make sure to stay hydrated, buckle your seatbelts, and keep your arms and legs inside the podcast at all times. All right, here we go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is October 6, 2021. This is episode 398. And today, it's a tale of two friends. This is Basil. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And we are here. Oh, first things first. I got to just get this out of the way. Okay. The email, the newsletter with the sources, I had it already. I hit send or schedule. It was scheduled for like an hour after the show last episode on Monday. Okay. And it didn't go out. And instead, we got a message from MailChimp that our account's been suspended or something for violating something. We're still not sure what we violated.
It's because you linked to the crazy Russian rabbi 2 billion people vaccine story.
Oh, maybe.
But you're spreading misinformation via MailChimp.
But it was but a lot of those go to Twitter. Twitter doesn't mind traffic from MailChimp.
Okay.
It's probably,
I feel like we're talking about two separate things.
It's probably Rumble or BitChute or something like that. But anyway, we got shut down. I emailed them and I said, hey, can you please let us know what we did wrong so we can fix the issue moving forward, whatever it is. And the guy came back and said, oh, it's reactivated and we changed some settings so it doesn't happen again. Like, okay, thanks, guy. That's really vague. Can you tell us what we did wrong and also what you changed? Yeah. But anyway, I guess we're allowed to now. I'm going to hit this send button again, and hopefully the newsletter for last week goes out.
Okay, there you go. Sources, mainstream sources, and sources that we use on this show, hundreds of them going out right now to the thousands of members of the newsletter list. And if you want to get all those sources that almost got us suspended off of MailChimp, you can go ahead and go to CanaryCry.Party, click the sign up for the newsletter button. Do it. Do it. You know you want to.
Yep.
Okay. Well, it's Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday. Oh, where's my Wednesday jingle?
Oh my gosh. This is starting early.
This is already
isn't
starting
it?
bad.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Jeez. This show gets more niche and more alienating and more inaccessible by the episode.
You know, the more producers come in with their time, talent, treasure, the more it gets shaped by them. And so, the flavor of the show is determined by the producers.
Yep. And today's flavor, Wednesday.
Wednesday and screaming, I guess.
All right, let's get into it. Let's start out with some Biden stuff.
Yeah, this will make you scream.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
This is Joe Biden talking about the spending bill and the infrastructure bill here. For those of you watching, there are some edits in here with the debt clock as Biden's talking, just for, compare and contrast.
Borrow when needed. And in that case, we're able to borrow because we always pay our debt. We always paid what we owe. We've never failed. That's America. That's who we are. That's what's called for. It's called full faith and credit of the United States. It's rock solid. It's the best in the world. But here's the deal. There's a cap on what we can borrow called the debt limit. And only Congress can raise or lower that debt limit. So let me be really clear. This is really important to know. Raising the debt limit is about paying off our old debts. There's nothing to do with any new spending being considered.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing to do with my plan for infrastructure or building back better. Zero. Both of which I might add are paid for.
So Build Back Better 3.5 trillion already paid for. But the debt ceiling, we're talking about old debt.
Yeah. Well, he's not wrong. I mean, he's not lying, but what it does is it speaks to the ridiculousness of this debt ceiling crisis that they manufacture every year, basically, but every presidential administration goes through this. Again, it's a tired story. Yeah. It's used for to manufacture this sort of political theater. Yes, and we know that the debt ceiling is not about can we spend more. It is, I mean, right now the debt that we are paying. My favorite, not statistic, but little factoid is, I believe it was recently, the United States, I don't remember the exact specifics, but it is something like we only in the past 10 years finished paying off debt from the Civil War. There was some payment that was still going out that was paying for the Civil War, and that's how the U.S. operates. We just do stuff and then we just pay for it for hundreds of years. It's
kicking the can down the road. And so you're right that he's not quote unquote lying, but he's also using a lot of euphemisms for basically, these are future debts.
Right. Yeah. So this and the option that they keep presenting us with is, our children and grandchildren's grandchildren will have to pay for our sins today, but at least we'll be long dead by then. That's their problem. We just don't want the economy to explode today. So good idea.
They have solutions, though. You have to understand that. They've come up with ideas like on Axios.
Yes. And Gons, I'm glad you brought this because I don't know if you remember, but I have talked about this before.
I know. I remember I can't remember if it was on air or not, but I remember hearing about this a little while ago, and I thought, what a ridiculous idea.
I know. I'm telling you. Well, just give us the rundown first, because I got some fun stories.
Okay, so this is from Axios. The headline, $1 trillion platinum coin could be minted at the last minute. Mm-hmm. A $1 trillion platinum coin could be minted within hours of the Treasury Secretary's decision to do so. Philip Deal, former director of the United States Mint, tells Axios. Why it matters, congressional solutions to the debt ceiling problem could take weeks to implement, especially if the reconciliation process is used and time is running out. In case of emergency, $1 trillion coin could be deployed to bridge any gap between the money running out and the debt ceiling being raised. I still think it's hilarious that they're like, the debt ceiling, what are we going to do? We're running out of time. Behold, the $1 trillion platinum coin. And everyone goes, oh, yay, we're safe.
I know.
How
it's
it
crazy.
works. The U.S. Mint, which Deal ran from 1994 to 2000, already produces a 1-ounce platinum eagle and has no shortage of platinum blanks already in stock. Producing $1 trillion eagle would require only the denomination to be changed. This is exposing the entire system.
Yes.
Quote, this could be quickly executed on the existing plaster mold of the platinum eagle, says Deal. So I've made this point before. What's the difference between a piece of paper that says 1 and a piece of paper that says 100?
Nothing.
It's magic. It's literally magic that we all follow the government and their, they have declared this paper with 1 is $1. This paper with 100 is 100. And they're doing the same thing here. They're like, this platinum coin has $1 trillion. And so
finish out the thing here.
Sorry. Okay, then an automated process would transfer the new design to a plastic resin mold. Even if Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, has no intention of minting such a coin, there's no reason for her not to quietly instruct the mint director to take those steps a day or two in advance. At that point, a coin could be stuck in minutes at the West Point Mint, even if it then needed to be physically deposited at the New York Fed. That's only a short helicopter ride away. Viola, or voila. Not viola. Viola. No. Voila. We have bought ourselves the equivalent of $1 trillion increase in the debt limit without any impact on inflation, says Deal. Oh my gosh.
So the $1 trillion coin, I've talked about this in the past, and it is a beautiful example of just the real magic that goes on at this high level economics in the United States, in the debt-based system. And remember, this is only because of the debt-based system. It's the fiat system. This is the epitome. It is the philosopher's stone of the fiat system. Remember, this thing is printed on a platinum coin. Why platinum? Is it because a coin made of platinum is worth $1 trillion? No. The platinum is just a...
hey, check it out. We got a lot of money.
It's just part of the magic, it's just part of the spell. It's part of the ingredients to the philosopher's stone. And it's actually written within the law that allows this $1 trillion coin. It's specifically in the law that it has to be platinum. This is not, and it's not based on value. It's not based on anything. It's just like in the recipe for this debt solution spell written in the legal code. It says it has to be platinum. And so we were working again off of this chaos magic that is the fiat debt-based economy that the U.S. switched over after going off the gold standard. And Gonzo, I'm telling you this, I was reading about this the last time we had the debt problem, which was 2019 or something. I believe it was 2019. And I was running around in my real life talking to, adults, like actual smart, some of them wealthy adults. And I'm telling them about the $1 trillion coin. And Gonzo, I'm telling you, they looked at me with the craziest look on their face. It was, and they know I'm the crazy person talking about, the Illuminati and the military industrial complex. And I'm the crazy guy. when I told them about this $1 trillion platinum coin that could be minted at any moment and solve America's debt problem, they looked at me like I was a complete tinfoil hat nutcase crawling out of a bunker, slathered in whatever I need to protect myself from the radiation. And I tried to tell you. Yes, and I am feeling. Remember, I told you I reconnected with some college friends. Yeah, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, Basil, you were right about everything. You were right about Facebook. You were right about the NSA. You were right. This is back when saying Facebook is spying on you was like the crazy conspiracy theory of the time." And this last week, when the mainstream media finally started reporting on the $1 trillion coin, I'm telling you, I've almost reached some sort of like I don't know, some sort of profit level amongst some of these normies.
Now you are only using that word as an analogy. Don't need the emails of Basil claiming to be a prophet.
I'm not a prophet. I just read the news. Yeah. I just am aware of what's going on. And I mean, I'll tell you, I was talking to a millionaire. This was back in 2019. I was talking to a millionaire, a wealthy person, and just somebody that I know, telling them about the platinum coin, and their brain could not even comprehend the idea. And they had a big stake in this. They're a wealthy person. Yeah. And the idea that the wealth system, the economy in which they had been so successful would be so easily circumvented by the elites, the lizard people at the top who can just invent $1 trillion coin, their mind fried, and they could not believe me. And again, now I get to bask in the vindication of being right about everything. Vindicated. Yeah.
And there it is.
So anywho, yes, this has been talked about for a while. It's legally on the books. They can do this, and every single time they start to shut down the government or whatever, you got to keep in mind the government. And here's the thing about the $1 trillion coin is they can create $1 trillion worth of debt is what it is. So it's not actually cash. This accomplishes a couple of things. They just borrow against the $1 trillion coin, but they're not putting more cash in circulation. So at least according to the theory, of the $1 trillion coin, it has no bearing on inflation because they're not printing extra cash.
Right.
They're
if the supply is not rising, you are just it's magic. It's something out of nothing.
Well, even in sort of a more metaphorical, fun sense, you think of like a magician, a close-up magician. What do? They take a coin, they make it disappear in one hand, they make it appear in the other hand. Yeah. And that's exactly what this is. It's a magician's trick where they present a coin and then they, make it disappear and appear somewhere else in the form of cash. It's just a very interesting. It just shows the sort of deep esoteric alchemy that is the facade of the U.S. government's interaction with the economy.
Yeah, and the monetary system in general, especially in the last 100 to 200 years, has been. It's been like a rat race for the elite, it's been going on for longer than that. But I mean, especially coming into the modern era here. Just as a reminder.
Can you imagine being the guy who's like the one carrying the briefcase who gets into the helicopter?
No. I was thinking, here's what would happen. Yeah, no, the guy, he's got his suitcase on a helicopter. He didn't close it all the way. It fell out, He's like, oh, no, the $1 trillion coin. And then the mint goes, don't worry, we have another printer. We can just print another one.
It's not that big of a deal.
Merriam-Webster, fiat, definition, the essential meaning of fiat, the formal, an official order given by someone who has power, an order that must be followed.
Dun, dun, dun.
A command or act of will that creates something without or as if without further effort. An authoritative determination, an authoritative or arbitrary order, a decree. So, yeah, I mean, it's just because the government says.
Yeah.
$1 trillion.
Well, it's so interesting, too, that second definition talking about the will. Mm-hmm. That's a big part of the occultism, the mystery schools, mm-hmm. chaos magic. It's all about the power of the will to change reality.
Right. And thinking up your own creation, the whole deal. Yeah. And yep, kind of an interesting thing. But you have, it kind of makes sense in the context of what the elite do, why they do things. Hey, put good old Biden up there and have him ramble on about the economy or this or that or whatever. Then people won't ask any questions. And then meanwhile, print the $1 trillion coin, get us out of trouble.
It's interesting because he keeps talking about how his $3.5 trillion is already paid for.
Yeah,
he keeps saying this over and over and over. And
we already have 3.5 coins.
Yeah, he's not giving any explanation, and it very easily could be that he's already printed up 3 of these coins.
They presented it to him. They're like, "Look, Mr. President, we have the $3.5 trillion platinum coins. So your whole agenda is already paid for." He's like, "Oh, great." Sweet. Stop shaving my shoulders. All right, real quick here.
You can't take the
CRISPR.
You can't take the
Cas9.
Genetic Literacy Project. I just wanted to mention this. We don't have to get into it too much. But the headline here is CRISPR-edited tomatoes debut in Japan. Regulating bogus supplements. Underwater farming is here. But the main thing is Japan has commercialized its first CRISPR-edited crop, a tomato that produces higher levels of the amino acid GABA, G-A-B-A. The genetically engineered fruit is expected to help consumers reduce their blood pressure and thus their risk of stroke and heart disease. Anti-GMO groups have criticized Japanese regulators for allowing a, quote, untested product on the market. Does this objection stand up to scrutiny? And it goes into some stuff, but about the FDA, which great. The FDA is the gatekeeper of all this in the U.S., and so how much confidence do you have in the FDA these days? Not much, I would imagine. But there you go.
Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot. But yeah, there you go. Actual CRISPR-edited tomatoes in Japan.
So this is just like regularly available. It's just approved in the.
Just roll it out.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of missed it. I was doing some admin. What does the FDA have to do with Japan?
I think they just, because it's an American article, they're sort of pivoting to the FDA. That's why I didn't read it, but I can read it for you. Shelves of America's pharmacies are stocked with a wide variety of supplements. The problem is many of these products don't live up to their marketing claims and sometimes contain potentially dangerous ingredients. The FDA has thus far refused to step in and protect consumers. Blah, blah, blah. So, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Which, by the way, several people pointed out to me the blah, blah, blah lowercase is also triple B, which can also be a triple sixes there. And then a real quick clip before we get into the Flippy update. Oh, did I update the Flippy update? I don't think I did. Oh, okay. You have it in here. So good.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I did it.
Real quick, this is a clip. Didn't really know where to put it. Sky News in Australia, one of their big news outlets, had this guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know his name. But he basically called out the entire agenda. But if you pay attention, there's something he doesn't mention, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So listen for what he doesn't talk about.
All these authorities are pushing an agenda. It's the same agenda. It's to decarbonise, deindustrialise and disempower the Western world. They are part of a concerted plan to redesign capitalism in a new image. That image, of course, is socialism. And it's spearheaded by the granddaddy organisation of them all, the World Economic Forum. The WEF is the architect of the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. They coined the Build Back Better hashtag that is actually proving so popular with big government elites right across the globe. And they even predict that by 2030, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. They call this servitization, which is a term and an agenda that looks a lot like servitude to me.
You got something before we go on?
No.
Oh, okay.
The the WEF claim that this servitization will help save the planet and assist the post-COVID-19 recovery. There's a couple of those buzz phrases again. However, servitization begs the question, if you don't actually own anything, who will own what you're renting? Well, the answer lies within the WF Premier Forum, that's at Davos. Davos is the gathering of global elites, including big business CEOs, industry chiefs, government leaders, bureaucrats, and multi-billionaires with political agendas. Under the WEF vision, the Davos attendees will own what you'll be renting. And trust me on this, it's not going to be a philanthropic enterprise. They'll all be looking to make more money than they currently do, and actually to take more control of your life under the guise of equality. By reducing you to a mere user rather than an owner, the world does actually become more equal, because it will concentrate power, authority and money in the hands of a tiny few, while the rest of us become mere economic vassals for these oligarchs. So make no mistake, servitization is just a new name for economic slavery. It's socialism on a global scale.
So there you go. It's mainstream news out in Australia. What did you notice what he didn't mention?
He didn't say anything about the vaccine or anything.
He brought up a little bit, but yeah.
Okay.
The big thing that he didn't talk about is the big pharma. You would think big pharma would be brought up, at least if you're trying to talk about this like huge takeover.
Okay.
And a lot of these
is the implication that because it's a mainstream news outlet, they're getting money from big pharma.
It's possible that they are getting money from big pharma. Is there a Viagra
commercial right after this report?
No, not that I know of.
Because that would give it away.
Right. But normally these big news outlets have some kind of pharma tie in their advertising.
Yeah.
So that's it. I just thought it was kind of an interesting clip that it's almost like they're allowed, like the World Economic Forum, they roll it out there to allow people to be mad at them. And meanwhile, the medical industrial complex can kind of do their thing with the authoritarianism because they have this a new set of authority within the scientific realm. And it really is a scientific dictatorship. It's pretty wild how the technocracy, it's.
And now they're getting wrapped into the Great Reset. You'll own nothing and like it because, if they'll have their way. We talked about the immunization, the immune system as a service, immunity as a service type of world structure, new world order, if you will. Where you won't even own your own immune system. You'll be renting it. You'll be paying for it every 6 months for the new shots and things. And so Big Pharma is fully wrapped up in this. And yeah, very suspicious how it was not made a big part of his reporting there.
Well, I want people to pay attention to some of the details with that because, at this point, we know that there is content being rolled out for people like us to latch onto, so we don't pay attention to other stuff going on, And
again, it goes back to the magician's trick.
It's a misdirection.
Coins appearing and disappearing, and you're watching his other hand the whole time.
Yep.
Okay, speaking of watching hands, let's check out what Flippy's up to.
Robot hands.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
All right, folks, it's time for the Flippy Update. If you're new to the show, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways the robots are taking over the world and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, I'm going to switch it up, Gons. The past few Flippy updates have gotten a little too real, a little bit too scary, a little bit too much. So I thought I'd take something from, it's a little bit on the lighter side, maybe a win against the robot apocalypse. This story actually came out a little while ago, but I think today's the day. And this is coming from robotics.news, whom I don't endorse, but they had this story here. The headline: humanoid Japanese robot keeps getting fired for repeatedly malfunctioning and being incompetent. Pepper.
Why am I getting fired? You are incompetent.
Incompetence.
Robot. Get out of here. Sorry,
Pepper, a humanoid robot developed by Japanese technology investor SoftBank, keeps getting fired from its jobs. We all know Pepper. Mm-hmm. SoftBank unveiled Pepper, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to skip this part. Pepper failed to do even the most basic jobs. The lackluster performance of Pepper robots was apparent from the start. SoftBank gave it a perky demeanor and programmed it to understand human emotion and be able to engage in basic conversation. But its handlers in different businesses said that was basically all the robot could do. In 2016, Itokai, a nursing home operator based in the Tokyo metropolitan area, rented 3 units of Pepper for around $900 a month to lead singing and exercises for the elderly at the homes. Quote, users got excited to have it early on because of its novelty, said Masataka Iida, an executive for Itokai. Quote, but they lost interest sooner than expected. Aida said the range of exercise moves Pepper could do was very limited. The units also broke down frequently, leading to them having to take unplanned breaks in the middle of their shift. After renting the units for 3 years, Itokai returned all of them. Nisei, how do you say that? Nisei. Mm-hmm. Nisei Iko Co., a plastics manufacturer that also has a stake in the funeral business, hired one Pepper robot. The company clothed it in the vestments of Buddhist clergy and programmed it to chant Buddhist scriptures. But the company immediately regretted its decision after Pepper kept breaking down during practice runs. Quote, what if it refused to operate in the middle of a ceremony? Asked Osamu Funaki, Nisei's Iko's manager of its funeral business. Quote, it would be such a disaster. The company fired Pepper immediately. Terminated its lease agreement with SoftBank. Pepper was also purchased by companies outside of Japan. Harriet Watt University in Edinburgh customized its version of Pepper for Margiotta, a Scottish grocery chain. The robot was installed in the grocery's flagship store in Edinburgh. Quote, we thought a robot was a great addition to show customers that we are always wanting to do something new and exciting, said Elena Margiotta, whose family runs the grocery chain. The robot, nicknamed Fabio by the shop owners, was programmed to provide customers with directions to hundreds of items in the store. In addition, the robot was also coded to tell jokes, dispense hugs, and even engage in light banter with customers. Hugs, Gons! Yay. Robot hugs at the grocery store. Yay. But in practice, the technology that built Fabio failed. Background noise in the store prevented Fabio from understanding many of the questions asked of it. The robot was also not very helpful. Customers reported that it gave them vague directions. This led to a lot of confusion. Other customers were simply freaked out by Fabio's appearance. I can't believe they did not put a picture of Fabio. No. I hope they put like a wig on him and stuff.
Yeah,
in addition to these concerns, Scottish customers just did not want anything to do with Pepper. Many believed it heralded the arrival of automation and the loss of jobs in the country. Pepper was assigned to an aisle at the far end of the store where it attempted to sell samples of shredded meat, but managers quickly noticed that customers would avoid the section altogether because of Pepper's presence. Oh my gosh, nobody likes this robot. This was the final straw, and Margiotta executives decided to end the experiment. Then it talks about, how Pepper, don't worry, Pepper's still being used in some restaurants and entertaining diners and things like that. Pepper is also rumored to make an appearance at the Olympic Games. This was before the Olympics. So there you go. Pepper's getting fired all over the world, Gons, and I think that's a big win for, well, if not for us, at least for Flippy, the most beloved robot in the world.
No, what they're doing is they're rolling out these robots a little too soon so that all the data could be gathered as to how it can more efficiently serve the human being. And right now, obviously, it's not doing well because it's getting fired, getting yelled at by angry Japanese people and others. But yeah, we're just feeding the algo, and they're going to come back smarter and better.
All this data will be introduced into the machine learning.
Yeah, it's all part of
Pepper better.
Fabio. There's only one picture that I found, and it's from a story from 2018, I believe. Okay. And I don't know if this is. No, you know what? It's not Fabio. There's no pictures of Fabio. There's pictures of the Japanese Pepper, but yeah.
Well,
anyway.
You know what I think is interesting is the whole point of Pepper was to be friendly and endearing to humans. And I think it's interesting how immediately humans either got bored of Pepper or were so terrified that they wouldn't even take free food from the robot. So there's a lot of big lessons here. And if you're that afraid, you're not going to go to the part of a store to get free food from the robot. How are you going to feel when you're in the hospital and Grace, the nurse robot, comes walking in with a needle in her hand, ready to take your blood or something?
Do you have some Cardano? That'll be 5 Cardano for the jab.
Yeah, you're going to have to, yeah.
People who know what I'm talking about. People who listen to the show know what I'm talking about. Real quick here, the Sky News thing, just as a thing, just because I went down a couple trails here. Okay. You can advertise with Sky News International, and the people who do, a lot of people, Emirates, Dubai, Porsche, Vitality, Turkish Air, all this kind of stuff. And I just thought it was weird that it says Dubai, like the whole tourist. I don't know. There's a lot of tourism, and if you go to I don't know how I found this. SkyPharmaWorld.com. Sky Pharma is a pharmaceutical company established in Dubai, and they're professionals from the fields of medical, pharmaceutical marketing, and logistics. So Sky Pharma in Dubai and Sky News. You're just advertising Dubai. Like there's not a lot of clarity on that. It's like
weird. That seems like a good lead for any investigative reporters out there who might want to pick up that scent. That is pretty suspicious.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into some COVID.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus.
Vaccine. Number one way.
That COVID-19 jingle, I can hear the platinum on the teeth of that with the person saying coronavirus.
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
Bad joke. Platinum coins. I'm trying to connect dots for people.
And a grill.
Yes.
Talking about a grill?
Sure.
All right. Okay, what? This is the biggest news we've had forever, Gons. We need to get into it.
The 3 Amigos. Yeah!
Well, it's not 3 anymore. It'll be 2 Amigos because Francis...
Amigo down.
Francis Collins, head of NIH, director for over 12 years, is stepping down. And he tweeted out here, "It's been a privilege and honor to serve as NIH director for over 12 years. However, I believe no person should hold this position for too long, or else turn into a lizard person. So with deep gratitude to this great agency and the people who carry out its mission, I decided to step down." NIH.gov has the whole press release here.
This is the smartest move Francis Collins has ever made. And, when I read this, I immediately kind of saw it as a dig at Fauci. He specifically says, however, I believe no person should hold this position for too long.
Yeah.
What's one of the biggest problems with Fauci? He's held his position forever.
Yeah.
And we just played the clip last episode about him being asked, like, would you ever step down? And him immediately saying,
No, I wouldn't.
That is completely ridiculous.
Yeah, this is, you're right. It is kind of a dig at Fauci. It must be partly due to the fact that Fauci has gotten so much more attention as the NIAID arm director, I think, whereas Francis Collins is the director of the NIH, bigger umbrella. But he didn't get as much play. And, maybe he's just gonna retire and make folk music. I'm sad that, well, I'm not sad yet because we don't know, but we may not get any more pandemic folk songs out of Francis Collins here.
Oh, I'm sure he'll continue to post.
Well, he could do the album
content.
now. He can do the full album. And
well, it says right here in the article, although I'm saddened by missing my favorite people at the NIH, I needed to take this time to produce my album.
Does it really say that?
Yep.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know. It could. It's a long article.
It does not.
It's probably in there somewhere.
Yeah, the word album doesn't show up, but yeah, good stuff. Well, I mean, for those of you who don't know or who weren't with us when we reported on his folk talent, here's a little taste.
Poof, coronavirus came from overseas, infecting folks across the land, Seattle, NYC. A little bats virus, love those human cells. Next thing you know, the cases grow and the world has gone to, it's a family show. Heck, we will all get through it, but things won't be the same. What will we learn from this dark turn? How will our lives be changed? COVID might be scary, but hope is on the scene. We'll beat coronavirus when we have that vaccine. Oh!
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
So this article really is just sort of like it's a softball sort of wonderful just goodbye, and is filled with platitudes and nice words about Francis Collins here. I'm wondering if the other side of this coin is he might be opening up a position that would be filled by one of his subordinates, mainly being Anthony Fauci.
Oh,
did you see Anthony Fauci stepping up as head of the NIH
director?
He would be the obvious choice from inside the,
from within the org, not somebody from the outside.
He sort of would be next in line if they were going to, hire somebody from the inside. I think that would be, it would be pretty diabolical. And I like to think that, somebody would push back because he has, been caught lying to Congress. And why would you, upgrade? What is the word? It's been so long since I've
promote. Yeah.
It's been so long since I've been in that world. How do you promote somebody to the head of the NIH who recently got caught lying to Congress? I don't know. You would like to think that if there's any justice in this world, that Anthony Fauci would have disqualified himself. But I am a little worried that he is sort of the obvious choice.
I'm sure Fauci sent his goons out to Francis's ranch and threatened him to release the videos if he doesn't step aside.
Well, something. Honestly.
Well, the videos are of him writing songs instead of doing the NIH, the stuff he's supposed to do for the NIH.
Yeah. Right.
So wasting company dollar on new tunes.
So let's see here. Where was I going with this? Oh, I don't know. It just seems pretty sussy. He's a pretty sussy baka, as the kids say nowadays. That you had FDA officials stepping down because of recent vaccine stuff. You had, head of teachers unions and things like that stepping down. And now the actual head of the NIH stepping down shortly after the whole debacle with booster shots and the politicization of the FDA, CDC. Yeah, the Rochelle Walensky going against all of the advice of her own scientist panel.
This is clearly, and I mentioned, and I'm not there's plenty of people talking about the idea of a medical industrial complex, a scientific dictatorship. Yeah, that's what they do. They just assess who will comply, who won't, and then they'll weed out or push out people out of positions who aren't going along with the program, or maybe has something against them, whatever it may be, whatever power move.
I don't even know about that. I think it goes back to the simple concept that, especially in the U.S. government, you fail up. When you fail, that means you're willing to take the heat. You're willing to, if you can survive screwing something up, you fail upwards. It's the biggest problem with our military industrial complex. All our generals really failed up for the most part, because you take the heat, you cover for your the people above you, and you're rewarded by being promoted. And when I look at the position of Anthony Fauci, he is a prime candidate for failing up. I mean, everything that has come out regarding his entire handling of the pandemic, lying about it repeatedly, he is in prime position. If he gets this job, I mean, he deserves it in the eyes of those who he's taking the heat for.
Well, also, this is the pattern in that world just in general. You know, they talk about you got to be kind of a sociopath to be a CEO, the whole culture of it. So it's not surprising. And that's not to defend Francis Collins here. I mean, he is part of the Vatican Council of Science, whatever. And he was chosen, he won an award. He's the guy that they chose as the ecclesiastical arm to push the vaccine onto evangelicals and Christians and all that kind of stuff. So he had a role. Maybe he didn't fulfill it to the desire, because they constantly talk about the group of people who aren't getting vaccinated. It's the South, it's the white nationalists, it's the evangelicals. So I don't know. We'll just have to see. It is big news, and we'll keep an eye on how this happens. It's interesting too, because Fauci's kind of always in and out of the news cycle. Collins rarely gets in. He might get an interview here or there. But then Bill Gates, on the heels of this, did get a lot of attention. We'll get to that later in the show. But AP did come out with an article about Bill Gates never said 3 billion people need to die. And that was being reshared all over Twitter and retrending.
Fact check or something?
Yeah, it's a fact check. But it was weird that it would retrend again now. It's like, why now? I mean, this was a story from a while ago. And I also have clips for anybody as a resource for people that would like the information of what Bill Gates actually said in 2010 in his TED Talk, and most people know about it. So there you go. And the other thing is the direction the NIH is moving. Mm-hmm. Just in general, we are entering the metaverse, as you know, Basil, the time of the metaverse. And this is research.gatech.edu. That's Georgia Tech. And the headline here, Pandaranath wins NIH New Innovator Award for AI-powered brain-machine interfaces. So that's the direction they want to move. They want to be more in the game of the AI-powered brain-machine interface. And, Francis Collins is maybe not the greatest guy to deliver the microchip for the brain.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting also because, we've been following the brain-computer interfaces for a while. For the longest time, they were sort of fringy, startup-y, Silicon Valley-y, sort of pipe dream. A lot of them were sort of investment schemes without any real possibility of the product coming out. But for the NIH, the National Institute of Health, the sort of top of the pyramid as far as directing the wins as far as medical development goes, for the NIH to be putting money, granting grants or giving awards.
$2.4 million that will allow implanting sensors into brains of patients, of ALS patients. So it's actual neurosurgery and everything else.
And this is less about the money, but more about the blessing of the NIH.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and we've tracked a lot of the BMI stuff, and obviously culturally it's been rolled out. I think Elon was chosen as, and Elon's mentioned in this article, he was sort of chosen as the guy to roll it out culturally. Like, hey, it may not work to, or at least for the public consumption, for public institutions, I would say, like government and stuff like that. Because obviously underground, they're probably doing all this stuff for years, decades. But in order for the actual government arm to roll out, you need sort of a cultural acceptance. So roll out Elon Musk, talk about Neuralink, do all this stuff, and hey, it's, you got part of the people freaking out, part of the people praising Elon as the greatest innovator of all kinds of things, and then culturally the conversation is happening. Most people, and this is something I've noticed just walking around my neighborhood, most people know about Neuralinks. 10 years ago, if you said, hey, they're working on microchipping people's brains, you'd have been like, yeah, whatever. Like most people. Yeah. I'm not saying us, but normie people.
We did say that 10 years ago.
I know, but I'm saying like in a normal conversation with people would have been like, oh, that's crazy. But now with Elon Musk, it's like, oh yeah, the Elon thing. People know about it. And so now the governments can publicly start funding medical offices or doctors or people doing this research and pushing the boundaries of what's possible, especially to help people, quote unquote. So that's all this is. And maybe the NIH wanting to move in that direction. Why? Unless they already have stuff planned for the entire medical apparatus, military medical apparatus, which a lot of what COVID is about. It does seem to be sort of a stepping into the age of biowarfare in a certain way. You got anything else on this, or you want to jump into Ted Nugent?
I said what I said. I think that this is just the blessing of the NIH. It's going to start moving further and further. Yep. NIH doesn't bless anything that isn't in the long-term plans of the masses.
Yeah, so it's a long game for them. Okay, so this clip was going around. This is Ted Nugent, conservative rocker Ted Nugent. And he was on with, he was on PBS. Boy, what was the show called? I forget the name of the show now. Off the Record was the name of the show on PBS, public broadcast station. What is the dude's name? Oh, I'll look for it. But here's the clip with Ted Nugent being asked about a message to people that are vaccinated.
Would you speak to the people who believe it is a worthwhile vaccine and it is saving lives? Are they just dead wrong? Are they been fed a line from the federal government?
Tim, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the people that went ahead and got the jab. I speak their language. I would speak to them thusly. Bah, 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 bah. They understand that.
Well, so all these millions of people that got the shots, they're just stupid?
Yep.
I just thought it was great.
Wow. Yeah, very entertaining. Well, they actually let this on PBS, huh?
I don't think, Ted Nugent is quasi-celebrity rocker, legend. So I don't know that they expected.
I don't know about quasi-celebrity.
I think he's big news. Yeah,
full-on celebrity.
Full-on, yeah, you're right, full-on. But in recent years, he has been more outspoken about his political views and stuff like that. So yes, I think they did take the risk of letting him on the show, but I don't think they expected the direct call out to the sheeple.
That's pretty hilarious.
And I got time on my hands to make this 8-second clip. He's getting into trap music. So for your sheeple friends, you can show them that.
There you go. Ted Nugent clip.
Ted Nugent clip. A lot there. Okay, moving on.
This little soul patch is so funny.
I know.
Kind of gives him like a goat vibe a little bit.
I know. Well, I love just the background. He's got all his badge or patches and stuff, and he's got his archery stuff as well as his guitars. I mean, it's pretty awesome.
It's an aesthetic, as the kids say.
Oh, I love it though. It's a good aesthetic. Equally as disturbing or cynical, I guess, in some ways, this is Alberta Premier Jason Kennedy talking about Thanksgiving.
Indoor gatherings last Thanksgiving sparked the second wave of COVID, with cases and hospitalizations surging after millions of Albertans celebrated in close contact with loved ones. We simply cannot afford a repeat scenario. So my message is simple. Please follow the rules that are in place. To be blunt, no indoor social gatherings are permitted outside of a household for people who are unvaccinated. For those who are vaccinated, indoor social gatherings are limited to 2 households for up to 10 people who are age 12 or older. We are also lowering the maximum number of people permitted to participate in outdoor social gatherings from 200 to 20.
How are they going to enforce this?
They'll find a way, I'm sure. I can't believe they are moving this in this direction.
I mean, you know,
they're moving in the opposite direction. Recently, you've got Australia, at least in language, talking about how they're going to loosen up.
I think Brazil too, right? Brazil loosening.
Everybody's talking about loosening up, and yet Alberta it's like a time warp. They're like going backwards.
Yeah. I don't know. And a lot of times I think it's important to remember, especially we got a lot of these clips of politicians and premiers and stuff saying things, but it is equally important to pay attention to what they do, not just what they say, especially with politicians. Right. They'll say all kinds of stuff, but, you know, what they do is more prescient. So, you know, keep that in mind. But yeah, I'm just curious, how are you going to monitor this? Are they going to have
going door to door, man?
Go door to door, or like body temperature scanners to count the, you know, go down the street, look at the number of people in the houses.
That's perhaps it's a little bit of a leap, but yeah, it's possible.
Hey, I don't think it's that much of a leap.
I think they'll have patrols. It's the surge squads.
Yeah, and on Thanksgiving, which I mean, I guess Canada benefits from Thanksgiving, but it's they
have their own Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
That's the most Amerocentric thing. I guess Canada can benefit from Thanksgiving. I suppose they can get our leftovers.
Or that
they have their own Thanksgiving, man.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of anyway, I'm not going to get into my rationale for my everything I say here.
You're welcome, Canada, for our Thanksgiving runoff.
Our slaughter of Indians and turkeys.
Oh, jeez,
you can celebrate with us.
Hey, they had their own slaughter of Indians and turkeys.
Yeah, so they sit right along with us. Oh, okay. So one of the big stories that came out in the last couple days is the Project Veritas got some undercover recordings of scientists over at Pfizer admitting things. The big one that everyone was talking about was the admission of one of the guys here. I think his name is Chris Krosh, basically saying that, you know, natural immunity. Actually, a couple different scientists, alleged scientists here at Pfizer, saying that natural immunity is better than the vaccine. And, you know, it's in one of those Project Veritas clips, so the audio is not great and everything, but I did put together just about a minute of mostly, I think it's all Chris Krosh here. I think it's Krosh. I don't know, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. And some of the things he said, because it's more of a summary, you know, rather than just all the specifics. Oops, sorry. A summary rather than specifics, because I think people have been sharing some of the specific details already. So
you have multiple companies that were basically given a crap ton of money to produce vaccines, and they're pushing them. You're not wearing a wire, right? No.
You want to check?
So he does ask if she's wearing a wire, and I'm thinking, technically, I don't think she is wearing a wire, because this is like camera from like a pen cam or something. But yeah,
sitting on a table next to him.
Yep.
I mean, I still feel like I work for like an evil corporation, because it comes down to profits in the end. And I mean, I'm I'm there to help people, not to make millions and millions of dollars. So I mean, that's the moral dilemma.
Billions and billions?
I'm trying to be nice. Basically, our organization is run on COVID money now. There's ears and eyes everywhere.
What do you mean?
At Pfizer, like in the building. So it's kind of just like you don't talk about anything that can possibly implicate you or like big pharma. Like even if you shut the door to the office, it's kind of like who's listening.
Not surprising.
Was this another Tinder date?
You know, I don't know all the details behind it, but it does feel like she was kind of
seems
flirty.
like another Tinder date thing. Yeah, she's not acting like a reporter or something. I mean, that's how they got the guy at CNN.
Yeah.
Was got him on Tinder.
Yeah, no, I did wonder about that because
and that's what gets these guys to open up. You know, they think they're on a legit Tinder date. They see some, they get some younger girl to go on a date with them.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, these guys, they feel like this is they're getting stoked. They're getting lucky. They have a couple beers. They're sitting with a good-looking young lady, and she starts, kind of asking about what they do, and oh my gosh, that's so interesting. Tell me more. Laughing at his jokes, and then they start blabbing. Man, it's an effect. I can't believe it's the second time it's happened. It seems to be a pretty good strategy.
It does seem like a good strategy, and also, there is a little bit of.
It's a classic honey trap.
It's a honey trap. Yeah,
it's a straight up honey trap taken from the intelligence agencies.
And knowing how, I guess the public sees a company like Pfizer, and especially if you're on a honeypot. What'd you say? Honeycomb?
I said honey trap. It's a honey pot.
Honeycomb. Honeypot. Considering he's on a date or whatever, attractive woman, whatever, but. It's a good setup because he's got to come off as like I'm a good guy. I work for the evil corporation. It's not me. I'm morally,
right.
And it's just interesting how he probably has to put on the blinders when he's in the office, kind of thing. But that he would admit this kind of stuff would only be under certain conditions, which. Yeah, like you said, a few drinks, attractive girl, date, Tinder, whatever, that kind of situation. Because the way he's talking about it too, he's sort of like, "Oh, I'm trapped. You can save me from my trap." But I'm not surprised at any of this, by the way.
Yeah. So let's go over what he actually said. Of course, we're not surprised. We know this.
Yeah. So
he's saying, I mean, the big thing that caught my eye was, he's saying our entire operation is funded with COVID money,
right?
Which is money from the government, and they're paid this money
to push the vaccines
not to push the vaccines. They're paid to sell the vaccines. But they get paid for the vaccines.
They're pushing them.
Taken.
Sorry, produce vaccines, and they are pushing. The government, yes, is pushing it.
Right. Well, and big pharma is using their pull in the media and everything. With their billions of dollars in advertising. Pharma is the biggest advertiser in the country, in the world, probably. And if you're going to spend $1 billion on advertising. On a news channel, that news channel is going to, consult on what you might be looking for. And that's how it happens. They spend $1 billion. They get the news to push the vaccine. You repeat this process with all of your advertisers. And that is what creates this hysteria that we see in the media about taking the vaccine. And like he said, our entire operation is run on COVID money. And I thought maybe even more crazy thing is that he's saying, hey, the walls have eyes and ears. When you're in the building, even when your office door is closed, you don't know who is listening. You don't know who is watching. And they've created sort of a panopticon with within their own organization. Because, I do believe that there are people, not every employee at Pfizer is like a lizard person, but it's a very tightly controlled environment where there's no room for questioning the authority because, you get paid good money to be here. Mm-hmm. If you don't like it, you can get out, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's the culture that's created is definitely lizard-like. But yeah, he does say here in the end, I'm there to help people, not to make millions and millions of dollars. This is a great, people always talk about how does the government,
which is what you say to a young woman who you met on Tinder that you're hoping to sleep with.
Right. Yes.
I'm a good guy. I know I work for Pfizer, but I'm a good guy.
This is a great example because one of the pushbacks of any conspiracy theory is, how do they all keep a secret? How do they
Yeah.
This is the culture within organizations that allows for these monstrous things to take place. Is
exactly.
You have well-meaning people who just want to help people. They're just serving their country. They're just doing that, whatever the logic is.
Just doing my job. Just following the orders.
Exactly. That's how it happens. It doesn't happen by every person complicit in the hive mind of like, we are all taking over and we move as one. No, they feed off of the well-meaning intent of people, which is why it's even more sinister. Yeah. And
this sort of there's some good points being made in the chat which is like, why doesn't he just quit? Why doesn't he just quit? Well, he's a scientist at Pfizer. He's probably got a mortgage. He's probably paying for a nice car, paying for a nice mortgage. He's become accustomed to a certain way of life, and no company is going to pay him as well as Pfizer does. So yeah, if he wants to be honorable and quit this evil organization, well, he's going to have to sell the house. He's going to have to give the car back. He's going to have to do everything. He's sort of trapped in the capitalist trap that's been snared upon him. He's obviously not that smart.
Well, I will say that I don't think being a scientist per se it means you make good money, especially because all these guys that were caught are pretty young. They seem younger. They don't seem like they're in their 50s and 60s. They're more like 30s.
You don't think the scientists at Pfizer are getting paid a decent salary?
Well, I mean, according to ZipRecruiter, the Pfizer scientist salary is $63,000 a year.
I believe that Pfizer benefits from having that up on ZipRecruiter. I mean, what science is that? A grad student? I mean, that's like a grad student salary. That's an entry level position for a lab tech or something. You don't have the big boys making $63,000 a year.
Well, I think the titles get nichier as you go up, but this is just the Pfizer scientist salary is what's on ZipRecruiter here. So if you want to get,
I don't know if scientist is an official job title. I think ZipRecruiter, I don't think that. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know
I'm
what
looking
they
at
mean by
ZipRecruiter.
scientist. I know, but what does that mean? Why are we taking ZipRecruiters? Also, scientist is not a job description. You don't get hired as scientist.
Yeah, well, yes, I know. But you can get hired as
I'm not questioning you. I'm questioning ZipRecruiter.
Senior data scientist or a downstream scientist at Pfizer.
Okay.
Let's see a downstream scientist. How much is a downstream? Oh, I got to log in. Okay. Well, okay. I don't care that much, but
there's no, you don't go to ZipRecruiter and say, I would like to be one scientist at Pfizer, please.
No, I get that. I was just pulling stuff up to see if there's any information available. Because, yeah, you're right. He probably does make especially if he's been there for a while. He's probably in the ranks somewhere. Yeah. He's making good money. He's comfortable. He's likely a single guy, which, if you're single, making $60,000 isn't that's not horrible. Mm-hmm. He's probably making more than that, but yeah, you get the benefits, you get the medical, the insurance, and all that. So yeah, of course, I'm not pushing back against you per se, but also, but here's the thing: No.
Okay.
I'll say this, like, because the whole thing about why don't you just quit? These people, they don't have. What are they going to do? They would just go to another.
I don't think
company.
they want to. I think he's saying this because he's on a date with a pretty girl.
I get that, but the people in the chat saying why don't you just quit? It's like I don't think it's as easy. Pfizer is probably at the top of the list of companies you want to be at if you're a grad student scientist. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to really find other positions. Or other companies that are at entry level or even at lower levels of scientist, quote unquote. You're not going to find anything much better than Pfizer. Maybe Moderna or something like that. But I mean, it's this Pfizer's a monster. They've been around forever. They paid $2.5 billion in fines from nothing 10 years ago.
I think people asking why he doesn't quit are missing the point. The point is he's on a date with a pretty girl. He thinks he's gonna get lucky, and he has to seem like a good guy and not like an sort of evil person.
Yeah,
that's why he's saying that.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, so I have this clip just real quick because I want to do a compare and contrast here with the next clip. This is the same guy from Project Veritas talking about the Delta variant.
So right now we're seeing an increase in the Delta variant, mostly not because of the variant, because of basically their antibodies are waning. So they're still protected, but not at that 95% efficacy. It's more like 70%. So you're protected most likely for longer, since it was a natural response. So basically they're trying to keep track of everyone that's been vaccinated versus the census of how many people are actually reported. So I mean, they're trying to get their numbers, but still you shouldn't have to show anything, which is basically, in my opinion, a violation of HIPAA.
All right, so a couple interesting things in there, but the main one, some of it being that they're trying to kind of keep track of the numbers of how many people get the jab and compare it to the people that say they got it or something. What was it that he said? Keep track of everyone that's been vaccinated versus the census of how many people are actually reported. So basically a surveillance thing, a numbers game, and he personally thinks it's a violation of HIPAA for the passes. But he talks about the Delta variant, and now it's not really Delta; it's really the
just waning immunity.
Just waning immunity, yeah. And
interesting.
Anyway, I found on Glassdoor the exact title here: Senior Associate Scientist salary is $81,000 a year. So anyway, yeah. But anyway. The Delta variant, this is Dr. Lena Wen. She's often seen on CNN. There was a recent clip of her from the Boston bombings that shows she's likely an asset of the intelligence agencies. Here she is talking about Delta.
And those who are vaccinated, we now know, based on the CDC, they are now able, with the Delta variant, because they carry so much more virus, they could transmit it to their unvaccinated family members. And so I, for example, even though I'm fully vaccinated, my children are not because they're too young to be vaccinated. So I need to be now careful for my children because of all the unvaccinated people around us.
Did that make any sense to you?
It sounds like she's admitting that, hey, even as a vaccinated person, I am a danger because I can spread. She even said we carry so much more viral load.
But also, it's because of all the unvaccinated people.
Right. Yeah.
So
that's
weird.
a good point. Because of all the unvaccinated people. Yeah. Again, blaming the unvaccinated for her having to be so careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we played that one before, didn't we?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, here's a fun little doohickey here. This is coming from dailymail.co.uk. A lot of Daily Mail past couple episodes. This headline comes in: 498 children have been killed by COVID since the pandemic began. Fewer than the number who die annually from car crashes, drownings, CDC figures reveal. Fewer than 500 children have died of COVID-19 since figures were first recorded in May 2020. The CDC said a figure exponentially outnumbered by children killed in drownings, gun violence incidents, and other fatal injuries. A total of 498 children had been killed by COVID up to the week ending September 23rd, which are the most recent CDC figures available. Most children in the U.S. die as a result of various accidents, including car crashes, drowning, and from being shot, the CDC says. A total of 3,343 children, 19 and under, 333 with the 4 thrown in, children 19 and under lost their lives in traffic accidents in 2019, while there is an estimate of almost 4,000 children dying of fatal accidental drownings every year. Poisoning accidents kill 730 children every year in the country. 79 children 19 and under died due to bike-related accidents. The agency reports that more than 12,000 children die every year due to injuries including drownings, falls, burns, and road traffic injuries. That equates to around 33 children a day. Perhaps one of the causes of deaths in children that has spiked the most over the last decade is gun violence. They go through the gun violence. They go through suicide. But then they wrap it all up here. According to health officials, the relatively low COVID-19 mortality rate in children can be explained by the fact that young and healthy people tend to experience less threatening symptoms than adults with underlying conditions. Other measures like good ventilation, mask use, and social distancing in schools have been proved to further curb the spread of COVID-19, subsequently decreasing potential deaths. And they have a nice big picture of Gavin Newsom there.
They have a lot going on in this article. There's a lot of, Ron DeSantis shade at the end and the whole deal. So,
The figures came amid pushes for vaccine mandates in school, with California ordering all school children aged 12 and up to take the shot if they wish to attend in-person classes. It has become the first state to do so. Although the CDC has given approval to the Pfizer vaccine for children 12 and up, many parents are still holding off from vaccinating their kids. California Governor Gavin Newsom was recently accused of implementing a paternalistic and overreaching school vaccine mandate, as just 35 children are said to have died of COVID-19 in his state since the pandemic started. You know what I would like to compare to this is how many, I'll even go with mainstream approved cases of myocarditis in kids. Remember, it's these young teen boys who are getting myocarditis from the vaccine. We've had 500 children in total die of COVID in almost 2 years now. So what is the chances of your kid dying from COVID-19 versus the chances of this myocarditis or blood clots or cardiac problems that we've been seeing across the world, in especially young boys getting vaccinated? I mean, I think you have some parents who are just simply looking at the data, and the risk to reward ratio does not make any sense.
Yeah, I tried to pull up some stuff here. I'm looking at a cdc.gov website just to see if I can, in the 30 seconds you were talking, if I can pull anything up.
And keep pulling it up. And Pneumati is saying, I think it's over 3,000 cases of myocarditis or pericarditis. Zilnon says, don't worry, it's rare. That's exactly. Yeah. It's so rare, but not as rare as... I mean, it's exponentially more rare that your child is going to die of COVID just by the statistics. Not that it's never happened. It's happened a little under 500 times. But the reported cases of, again, mainstream reported cases, this is not the, whatever. But it's something like 3,000 if Pneumati's got a decent
this document is from the end of August, so it's about a month behind, but... Yeah, you got Let's see, 117 plus 121. That's just males between 12 and 17. So that's what, 238. And I think this is U.S. This is according to VAERS too. So I don't know how much and all males, right? There's a heavy leaning of males, a lot less females getting myocarditis.
Right.
From 2 jabs, 7-day risk. And it goes through all the details. I don't think we need to go through all the charts, but certainly I don't think the numbers are as as different, especially if you're talking about the entire pandemic from March 2020 to whatever, what is it now? October 2021. Less than 500 kids have died, yet in the last however many months we have over 300 children or something suffer from myocarditis after getting the vaccines.
Right.
Seems like a wash to me, at the very best.
At the very least, it's a wash.
Least, best, whatever it is, whatever the idiom is. Okay. So, we're always looking for ways to be convinced of the vaccine. Here's one for you.
He's a Satanist from one of the Satanist churches here where they sacrifice babies.
The Citizen.co.za. Headline: Satan has nothing to do with vaccines, says Satanist. Satanist Tristan Kapp has shed light on the misrepresentation of the so-called marking of the beast and encourages people to get vaccinated. Kapp, who has a master's degree in theology and is currently a PhD student for religious studies at the University of Pretoria, celebrated his 24th birthday by getting his first jab 20th of August. Quote, "I was so excited to get vaccinated that my mother managed to book me an appointment on my birthday." How old are you turning? 24? Okay. Mommy had to schedule the vaccine at age 24, huh? All right. Good job, buddy. This is still his quote. "It was quick. I don't understand why people are reluctant. I fight constantly with conspiracy theorists about the Donner's vaccine," Kapp said. He admitted he initially thought the coronavirus wasn't that bad until he saw how many people around him were affected and died. He said he has friends who are clinical researchers and has read up a lot about the vaccine to inform himself. Quote, "How selfish would it be for you not to take the vaccine at the end of the day due to misinformation," Kapp said. He said people misinterpret the vaccine as the, quote, "mark of the beast" based on the book of Revelation in the Bible. Quote, "This is why they believe the vaccine will bring upon the New World Order," he said. Quote, "Even Mo Guang peddled with his misperception. I also followed the Mo Guang debacle over Devil 666 anti-vaccine stance closely." He's reading social media posts, folks. "It was so frustrating that a person in such a high position in his professional capacity as Chief Justice gets caught up in such bull poop." Kapp said the 666 in the original text is a code because there was no formal mathematics. Did you know that in the time of John the Revelator, Basil, in the 1st century, we didn't have formal mathematics?
I'm not sure what formal mathematics even means and what that has to do with anything.
Quote, "When looking at it from Revelation, it refers to numerological code for the poetic environment of the time and referred to Caesar Nero, who ruled in the 7th and 8th century." 7th and 8th century?
This kid does not have
Nero Caesar was 1st century, right? Or maybe into the 2nd.
7th and 8th century?
Yeah.
I mean, even if, it feels like what he's trying to refer to is the preterism.
The
preterism, which is, in the 70 AD.
Yeah, but 70 AD is not 7th or 8th century.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's trying to refer to 70 AD, but he's saying the 7th or 8th century.
Yeah, maybe he's talking about the until. Maybe they were supposed to say until because Rome ruled.
Cool PhD in theology, bro.
I know. He had a hatred for Christians and he was known for crucifying Christians. Kapp said if you do not trust the vaccine, the same should be applied for pills. Quote, "If you were looking for the devil around each corner, you were bound to find him." But yeah, that's a really weak argument. That 666 was just a numerical thing because they didn't have math.
Numerical poetry for the time,
because they didn't have math.
They don't have math, so they thought that numbers were poetry. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
All I have to say is, as much as there's cringe on the side of the anti or vaccine hesitant, your Ted Nugent's going bah.
Yeah.
You have Satanists, like people that are really pro-vaccine. You have on your side Satanists who think there was no math in the first century. So you got that going for you. You know what I mean?
Where is this kid getting his PhD in theology? Because we need to put them on some sort of list.
Is this satire? It would be bad satire if it was. I don't think it is, but there you go. So
it ain't funny. It's just stupid.
Well, we're always looking to get convinced otherwise, and
and it's this same argument that who was it? Wasn't it? It was some recent celebrity was talking about this. Like, if you don't know what's in a vaccine, well, you don't know what's in Tylenol. You still take Tylenol. Like, actually, we do know what's in Tylenol. It's acetaminophen, which has been around for 100 years and wasn't developed in months. So good point. Great point. It's good to know that you, dear celebrity, agree with a really incompetent PhD in theology Satanist.
Why would you get a PhD in theology if you're a Satanist, other than to just, not believe everything you're being taught,
I mean,
or like be adversarial to everything you're being taught?
That doesn't actually surprise me very much for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
In theology who are atheists,
right.
An
Bart
atheist. Is that the Harvard guy?
I don't remember if he's guy. Harvard. Maybe it's Princeton. I don't know, but he was very popular in the some of the arguments against. He was that Christian who deconverted or whatever.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I know that I forget which was Harvard. It's Harvard or Princeton or one of these places has an atheist as the head of their theology department. So this really doesn't surprise me very much. We've been seeing this type of thing,
right?
But yeah, anywho, doesn't matter. It's just silly.
We have a Chinese update.
Welcome to Chinese News! Our top news!
You want to take this one?
Yeah, I was just reading.
Threw you a softball here.
Well, I was being reminded that Darwin had a theology degree.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is coming from Bloomberg, and the headline is China PCR purchases spiked in months before first known COVID cases, firm says. That's an unfortunate piece of information. The Chinese province that was the initial epicenter of COVID-19 outbreak made significant purchases of equipment used to test for infectious diseases months before Beijing notified international authorities of the emergence of a new coronavirus, according to research by a cybersecurity company. The province's purchase of polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, testing equipment, which allows scientists to amplify DNA samples to test for infectious disease or other generic material, shot upward in 2019, with most of the increase coming in the second half of the year, the Australian-US firm Internet 2.0 found. Hubei province is home to Wuhan, the largest city, where the first known cases of the virus emerged. The World Health Organization reported that its China country office was informed on December 31st, 2019, that cases of pneumonia from an unknown cause had been detected in the city. On January 7th, 2020, Chinese authorities identified a new type of coronavirus that would become known as SARS-CoV-2 and cause the illness now called COVID-19. Since then, it's spread to virtually every corner of the world, and more than 230 million people have been infected, and nearly 4.8 million have died. Based on the research, Internet 2.0 concluded with high confidence that the pandemic began much earlier than China informed the WHO about COVID-19, according to a report. The cybersecurity firm, which specializes in digital forensics and intelligence analysis, called for further investigation. But several medical experts said the Internet 2.0 report wasn't enough information to draw such conclusions. For one thing, PCR testing, which has been in broad use for several decades, has been growing in popularity as it has become a standard method to test for pathogens, according to one of the experts. In addition, PCR equipment is widely used in laboratories to test for many other pathogens besides COVID-19, including in animals, and is commonly found in modern hospitals and labs. The term "in addition" was sort of pointless there. They just said the same thing twice. But said in addition. Okay. China was also dealing with an outbreak of African swine fever across the country in 2019. China's foreign ministry disputed the findings. In a response to Bloomberg News, a spokesperson said the findings fall into the same category as other dubious claims about the origins of the coronavirus, including a so-called paper that analyzed traffic volumes near several hospitals in Wuhan and searched for the words cough and diarrhea before concluding that the outbreak began in Wuhan as early as August 2019. Quote, "Virus traceability is a serious scientific issue that should be addressed by scientists," the spokesperson said. China's State Council Information Office published a white paper on the country's actions to combat COVID-19 that with, quote, "a clear timeline and ironclad facts," chronicles its efforts to fight the epidemic, the spokesperson said. Quote, "China's anti-epidemic campaign is open to the world. The situation is clear. The facts are clear at a glance and stand the test of time and history."
Oh my gosh. It's like propaganda 101 right there.
This stands the test of time and history.
The fact that he would have to get all philosophical and cosmic about it, it's like, whoa, dude.
Said the innocent spokesperson. Dr. Amesh Adalja, a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, said he didn't know why purchases in Hubei province specifically had increased at the time, but he said it wasn't so surprising because in general, purchases of PCR equipment have been growing, even pre-COVID, as it has become the methodology of choice for pathogen detection. Adalja, whose work focuses on emerging infectious disease and pandemic preparedness, said the data wasn't specific enough to sway the conversation on COVID's origins. "I don't think it adds anything plus or minus," he said. "It's not enough." You don't think it adds anything? like not even anything? Not a minor? It's not a minor set like data point that could be used in conjunction. It adds nothing, he says. That's not suspicious. An Australian biochemist who has read the report and has requested anonymity because he wasn't authorized to speak publicly on the matter, said more data was needed to explain the procurement numbers. The biochemist, who has a strong background in PCR and research application and immunology, said the data spoke to a sudden significant need for pathogen diagnostic equipment, but he said it only raised questions about what the equipment was being used to test. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point. David Robinson, Internet 2.0's co-chief.
Oh, he's the co-chief. You don't know about David Robinson, the Admiral?
No.
Number 50, San Antonio Spurs. Okay, go on.
Okay, sports ball.
Sports ball.
David Robinson, Internet 2.0's co-chief executive officer and the lead researcher on the paper, said in an interview that the timing of some of the contracts and the agencies behind the purchases lend credence to the idea that officials in Hubei province were investigating a new human disease throughout the latter half of 2019. However, he said his firm's findings weren't a smoking gun. Quote, "This data does not support any origins conclusions on COVID-19, but in the future, some part of this data might support in Origin's finding. Yeah. According to a statement by Robinson and Robert Potter, the other co-CEO, quote, nor does this report identify a specific point in time where a pandemic emerged. The fact China has gone to great lengths to ensure conclusive evidence is unobtainable means, unfortunately, we may have to rely on third-party data points. And then it goes on, starts talking about origins, but we're pretty familiar with origins, virus origins.
Yeah, so looking at the raw information here, there was a spike. You clearly see 2019 specifically almost doubling in the amount of testing equipment that was sold. And I found it interesting as well that, they're trying to kind of push it away, but they're saying that there was some crazy conspiracy, the China Foreign Ministry disputing the findings, calling into question the dubious claims of analyzed traffic volumes of certain keywords that nailed down the origin of the outbreak in Wuhan as early as August 2019.
Yeah.
Kary Mullis, the inventor of the PCR, died in August of 2019.
Oh,
so that's an interesting combo there of like, hey, the guy who founded it dead, spike in the amount of, spike protein, in the amount of PCR being sold to China there, or at least to one province.
That is very interesting.
And Mullis, as according to Wikipedia, died at the age of 74 from complications of pneumonia. So what if they gave him COVID? I mean, they wouldn't even say it, but what if they gave it to him as like a, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Part of the spell.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. The sacrifice,
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we should keep moving and take a quick break.
We shall.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick little break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, we're going to be talking about the cyber pandemic. Going to be catching up on Facebook's some analysis and statements by Facebook about the Facebook apocalypse that happened the other day. And then we're going to be moving into some Great Reset news, some PSYOP, check in on the Nobel Prize winner, see what they got to say, and of course, Bill Gates as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to the show. But first, we want to thank some producers. That's right. I said producers because we are on the value for value model, folks. You may notice no advertisement, no affiliate codes, no super secret mail enhancements, supplements, or freedom phones. That's because we are on the value for value model, which is a simple model. It means we create the value, we do it 3 times a week, and we try our very darndest at it. And if you get any value out of what we do, no matter how long you've been listening, you have the opportunity to put some value back in. And that is simply the only way the show continues. And those who support the show, they are producers, because this is the real world, folks. If you pay to have a piece of media produced, you are a producer of the show. And, the reason we do this is to, stay ad-free, keep corporate money out of what we're doing here. And that also means we're keeping corporate interests out of what we do here. The past year and a half or so is a good example of how when advertisers have media outlets under their thumb, that their influence is very important. Once they are the ones footing the bill for a piece of media, they have a lot of say in what gets expressed on that media outlet there. And that is why we decided long ago that we would never take the advertising dollars that continue to be offered to us. Yes, indeed, folks. They're still trying to get us in their own honeypot scheme. But we decided that packaging up your trust and your attention, earning it 3 times a week just so we can sell it off to an advertiser, would technically make you our product, dear listener, that we sell to our client, which would be the advertising industry. And that just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to us. Does that feel right to you? well, keep that in mind next time you're taking in some media that is taking liberties with your trust and attention by advertising to you. Now, one of the fun ways that we get to learn more about what the value for value model means to our producers is they tell us, they send us a little email. So I actually have a little testimonial from one of our regular producers, and that's from Runk Smash, and he sends a note. Hey, Basil and Gons, I have a couple things, but first I would like to ask, we should do this part down in his producership. Let's do that. He says, you need producers V4V rant. Here's mine. Okay, here's Runk Smash's rant. Hey, y'all. Basil usually does a great job telling us how important the value for value model is, and that's all true, but he's never said the ultimate truth of it. Ooh, never said the ultimate
call
truth.
You out.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for the ultimate truth, and it goes like this. That is, that if everything is free, you're not. You're just a well-kept slave. Ooh, heavy.
I think you've said that, maybe not in those words, but you've said the same sentiment.
He makes a good point. If everything is free, you are not. You're just a well-kept slave. You never really have a choice what they force into your head with ads. So a good solution is actually taking the responsibility of producing upon yourself. Amen. A whole bunch of us listen, so that's a whole bunch of us that can kick in $1 or $2 per episode. Gas station coffee costs more than that. Personally, I get more actual value from this than from any streaming service. God bless. Love y'all. Keep being amazing. Thank you very much, Runk Smash. We appreciate it, and I'll read the rest of your note during the producer segment. So a lot of good points there. And yeah, it's somebody who really understands the responsibility of producing the show. And it's not just our show. I mean, there's plenty of great shows that are doing value for value model every day. More and more outlets, more and more channels, more and more shows are realizing how much of a trap the advertising industry is, and just how much it affects what they're able to do on their program. And that's why we put the responsibility in the hands of you, dear listener, to become a producer and keep the show going. It's not just charity. It's not just donating. It's not just all that kind of stuff. It really is the only way to keep the integrity in the show. So we appreciate all of our producers who come in to make the show happen. And we're going to thank them now. Gons, are you ready?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay. Well, the first way to become a producer is you can head on over to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT. And Gons, there are no new Patreon supporters so far. So that is a fast segment. Thank you very much. Now, if you don't like Patreon, that's why we have CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. And of course, we've got all sorts of fun ways to produce the show over there. You can support the show with your cryptocurrency. If you're a cool crypto Chad, you can come in as a monthly producer if you want to commit to keeping the show going on a monthly basis. Or if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount. And one more time, I do actually want to plug. If you go to CanaryCry.Party, you'll see at the top there they've streamlined that even more. You can produce the show directly on our link tree, which is CanaryCry.Party. So taking even more clicks out of the process, Gons. And we actually had our first person come in over at CanaryCry.Party, and we'll thank them in a second. But Gons, who's coming in over there on the PayPal?
Yeah, we're giving you one finger click less movement towards
simplifying, streamlining,
your carpal
synergy.
Tunnel. We're reducing your carpal tunnel.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. We have a lot of people to thank today when it comes to the treasure. And we have Knights and Dames, people on monthly subscriptions. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. We're going to start off with the executive producer for episode 398, and that is Carol F.
Yes, and Carol F is actually Dame of Rivendell.
Oh.
She is one of our dames.
I need to make sure. Hold on, let me get the full
name go put
here.
That.
Yeah.
It's in the letter there. And yes, thank you very much, Dame of Rivendell. You're back. And for those who might not be clear, we have the round table of knights and dames, the Canary Cry News Radio. Canary Cry. Oh, gosh. Sorry. I meant to. There's one thing in your little spiel there, Gons. It sounds like when you say, I want to thank the knights and dames who support the show monthly. So I want to clarify. I know this I want to clarify.
I usually say but yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. For those who don't know, we have the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, who are a special elite group of producers who have supported the show all at once or over time in the amount of $1,000 or more. And we honor them by knighting or daming them at the Canary Cry Roundtable. And Dame of Rivendell was one of the earlier dames around the round table. So thank you very much, Dame of Rivendell.
She was episode 333. Dame.
Oh, good. Yeah. Good. So let's hit. She's the executive producer. Let's hit her with that jingle.
Where'd you find this?
Okay, and Dame of Rivendell comes in with $114.74, which is $111.11 plus fees. So thank you very much. And she sends a note. Thank you for being such a great source of information while keeping it light so we don't get too depressed by the state of our country and world. I also wanted to give you an update on my prayer request regarding possibly losing my job to a mandate. I jumped through all my company's hoops to turn in my religious exemption by September 3rd. They were supposed to get back to me within 5 business days. It is now October 6th, and we have heard nothing except they are reviewing my exemption, and they will let me know if they need more info or when they have made a decision. As far as I know, they haven't approved any religious exemptions. Also, there are rumors my company might be up for sale. So for those at my company who caved to the mandate pressure to keep their jobs, they might not have a job in half a year anyway. The moral of the story, hold the line and stay strong. Many companies don't have any feelings of loyalty and will make their decisions based on profit. I would probably say all companies don't have any feelings of loyalty and will make their decisions based on profit.
Yeah.
I'll keep you updated and appreciate any prayers for my very uncertain job situation, Dame of Rivendell. She leaves us with Psalms 20, verse 7. Some trust in chariots and others in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. Thank you very much, Dame of Rivendell. And yes, we should call upon the producers to assemble, Gonzo.
Producers, assemble!
That's right. From all around the world, the producers are assembling. And there you go, producers. Let's keep Dame of Rivendell in our prayers about the job situation, including the religious exemption and the sale of the company and all things like that. We'll be praying for you, Dame.
I'm very curious now because there was an acquisition of my wife's company.
Interesting.
She her company acquired a big company recently.
Oh.
Yeah. So we'll see. And I'm assuming she's still working during all this, which is, I think a lot of people are experiencing this where it's kind of just left up in the air and they're not making hard decisions. And especially if there's a lot of movement going on, keeping people in the dark. Everything is in hiatus. Hang in there, Dame of Rivendell, and we got the producers on it. So thank you for the executive producership of episode 398. And it's good to see you again. All right. Next up, we have Aaron J.
Aaron J is on a streak. Aaron J been supporting for 19 episodes in a row. Aaron J came in with $51. I wonder if that means he's reached level 51 on Fortnite.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I didn't see a note. Did you see a note?
I did not.
I'm just assuming that's what's going on here.
How many levels are there on Fortnite? How high can you go?
I think it just goes forever, but it resets.
Nice.
It resets after every new season. I don't know. I don't play Fortnite, but that's usually how those games work.
Wow. Thank you, Aaron J. And keep Fortniting.
Keep Fortniting, bro.
Next up, we have John R.
John R. Thank you very much. And John R. was the one who came through on the CanaryCry.Party system. So thank you very much, John R. Comes in twice, one for $33.88, and that was a one-time producership, and then also signed up for an $11.11 monthly recurring. John R. committing to keeping the show going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And sends a note. I've been listening since Age of Deceit and have decided to finally produce and stop mooching. Uh-oh, Gons, it looks like we need a de-mooching. That's right, John R. Thank you very much. You have been de-mooched. No longer a money changer. Your tables have been flipped. The note continues, viewing this as tithe and offering. Thanks for all you do. Keep my GF in your prayers. She is in YWAM Kona. God bless. Oh, well, YWAM Kona. Is Kona Hawaii?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, this would have been, you kind of came to the Lord a little bit later in life. Did you ever do any
YWAM? Is that Youth with a Mission?
Youth with a Mission, yes. I did some YWAM stuff when I was younger. And in fact, Gons, I went to Japan. That's when I went to Japan, was with a YWAM thing.
You planted seeds to meet me one day, and then everything clicked for you.
It all made sense. I think I've told the story, but when I was over in Japan there, it was just very tempting to get a Japanese wife. They were all very affectionate or open.
They like
letting me know.
They like the white man.
Yes, I think I've told this story before, but I mean, I was young person.
No, it's in hindsight, it's super pedo over there when it comes to some of that stuff.
Yeah, I was a very young person, and all these cute Japanese girls over there, they were giving me gifts like every day.
Were they taking pictures with you? Just were you walking down the street? Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure there has to be albums worth of pictures out there. Young Basil. with Japanese girls. Some even sent me postcards later.
Wow.
Yes, when I was moving last, I found my shoebox that had like some postcards from some of my Japanese fans from when I was a teen.
You know what it is too? It is an island nation. There is this captivity, an undercurrent of captivity, and the white man will save me. Kind of thing going on too. Well, and I think I've mentioned this before too. The last time I was in Japan, which is a long time ago, I was 11 years old. I went with a friend of mine who was also 11. Yeah. He's Irish descent. He's a little, taller. And they gave him alcohol on the plane. They thought he was old enough for alcohol. And then
at 11?
At 11. Well, he was a little, he's a little more of a beefier dude.
11-year-old mustache going.
And he wore a Superman shirt walking around Tokyo, and everyone, Superman, shashin, which means picture. And I was always the camera guy. Like, why am I the way? I'm just left out here. What about me? I'm also American. But anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gons.
How did we get off on this tangent?
Never say you've never experienced racism from your own people.
My own people.
All right. Thank you very much. Who is this? This was John
R. Yes.
Before you go running off, Gons, on the next
Where
person.
am I going to run off?
I'm thinking I sent an email regarding a possible anonymous producer, this next one. And I haven't heard back. So I think we should lean towards anonymous, and we can correct it later.
All right. Yeah. So next producer is anonymous.
Yes. Thank you very much, anonymous. And if you don't want to be anonymous, just email us back, and we can fix this later. But anonymous came in twice, one for 28 and one for a pocket full of threes. And let me get the relevant part of the note here. Long story short, let's just read Psalm 28, 6 through 9.
Yep, I have it here. It says, "Blessed be the Lord, because he has heard the voice of my supplication. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart exalts. And with my song I shall thank him. The Lord is their strength, and he is a saving defense to his anointed. Save your people and bless your inheritance. Be their shepherd also, and carry them forever." That's the NASB translation. Sorry, I didn't get a different translation there, but
that's
Psalm 28, 6 through 9.
Yep, and they finish out their note. Thanks, and hope you got my emails about the dodgy antiviral. Yes, we put together a nice little presentation on what is it called? Mjolnir. Yeah, Mjolnir.
Yeah.
Sounds like I'm saying something backwards.
Yeah, it does. That's the Thor's hammer, right?
Mjolnir. What in the world? This is bugging me. Now I gotta go get it. Well, how do you pronounce that? Hold on.
I thought it was Now you messed me up. Mjolnir? Mjolnir.
No.
Mjolnir.
It's like Mjolnir or something. Somebody type it in the
are you
chat.
talking about the the drug? Yes. Okay. I thought I had it memorized, but maybe I don't.
Mjolnir. That's what it is. Oh, my gosh.
Got lost the pure part.
Mjolnir. Okay. Ugh.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah. Okay, who's next?
Next up, Daniel S.
Daniel S. came in with a recurring producership. It just jumped right in. Thank you very much, Daniel S. Coming in with $15.15 a month.
Thank you very much, Daniel S. Next up, Child of God.
Child of God came in and is on a streak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Child of God a girl, woman, female?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. No, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you, Child of God. 3 episodes in a row. That means you're on a streak. What is it? Oh, you're heating up.
Oh.
He's heating up.
I only say that because we have a Dame White Star Child of God.
Mm-hmm. No, this is someone else.
Okay.
Came in with an 11 plus fees. Thank you very much, Child of God.
Thank you very much.
Also, Child of God needs to answer my email as well.
Hey, come on, people.
I know.
I guess we do a bad job too.
We're
of
both
answering
bad
emails.
at getting back to emails. I mean, there's just a lot of them, and we don't have a lot of time. But we try our very best. But if we took the time to email you back, you gotta get back to us, guys, because it is so rare.
All right. Next up, we have Sir Salmon's The Night of the Fishes.
Sir Salmon's is on a streak. 12 episodes in a row, which means, what does that mean? Does that mean supernova?
Walking on the Sun.
Walking on the Sun.
Might as well be walking on the sun.
Thank you very much. Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes comes in with 11:11 and a note that says, y'all know what day it is. Hope you both have had a good week. Today, my wife and I go for a checkup on our first child.
Woo.
My wife is about 18 weeks along. Pray all is well with our little one, and Mom continues strong. Many blessings from the fishes. Thank you very much, Sir Salmons. And yes, we will be keeping y'all in prayer and that 18-week-old little bean in there.
Oh, so cute.
Congratulations.
All right. Moving on here. We got Morv.
Morv is back, and Morv is on a streak. 4 episodes in a row, and a note. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Thank you, Basil and Gons, for all you do. Philippians 4:4. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say rejoice. That is rejoice. That is 2 references to Wednesday in a row, Gons. I think you should hit the jingle.
Okay, well, I don't have it ready on this page, so you're going to have to give it 1 second. Here it is.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It's real aggressive.
I know. It really
It comes in real aggressive. Okay, thank you very much, Morv. Next up, we have Learbag 3000.
Learbag 3000 comes in with 831. And a note here. Hey, yo, got episode 400 song jingle coming. Your boy got some bars. Anyways, I caught another possible crypto occult reference while doing my nightly reading. Shiba. Can't stop watching it lately. to 2 Samuel 21. There, a man of Belial whose name was Sheba Elbag. Thank you very much, Learbag. Yeah, Sheba Inu, right, is the full name. It's kind of a play on Doge.
It is. It's got smart contracts on it. I don't own any Shiba, but it had a massive pump yesterday, I think.
I saw that.
And people are going crazy. But it's still not even back at all-time highs, so it tells you how overpriced it was. But, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the meme coin. Although, yes, the difference between Shiba Inu and Doge is the smart contract option.
It's an operable blockchain.
Right. Well, Doge is too, but just different.
Kinda.
Yeah. And in terms of the biblical references, there's always, even if it's not direct, there are always some kind of spiritual imprint going on there. So good catch, Learbag 3000.
Shiba Inu being a reference to the dog
Japanese dog,
that Doge is based off of.
Right. I think we'll hear again from Learbag in the jingle break later on here. Thank you very much. Next up, we have JC.
JC is on a streak. 21 episodes in a row, which means JC gets the 21 gun salute. Yeah. Thank you very much. JC comes in with 830 and says, Basil, could you give a quick refresher on what it means when the elite telegraph their punches? I think the concept may be helpful for newer listeners to understand. Hope you and Gons have a blessed day. Yeah. I don't know if there's something specific you're looking for. Gons, you could probably speak into this as well. Telegraph their punches basically means it's a boxing term, I believe, and it refers to sort of communicating where you're going to punch before you punch. And you can do it with sort of slight body movements or eye movements or all sorts of things. And you can see the elite telegraph their punches, which is a lot of what we do here. It's like when we point out trends or we point out, for instance, FLIPPY talking about robotic arms taking over the world before anybody cares or whatever, but you sort of notice these trends or whatever, and you can sort of identify where the elites will be pushing the plan. Do you have anything more on that? I'm not sure exactly if there's something specific JC wanted me to talk about, but
no, I think you summarized it well. But yeah, it's more in boxing anyway. I think you can give away kind of where you're looking to hit, and that's something that I'm kind of learning too in my boxing as we make the analogy here, which is that once you start, you kind of have to know what you're going to hit before you throw your punch, and I don't always know, so I get yelled at a lot for that, but you kind of have to like figure out what you're going to hit, and then you have to commit and go for it. And that's why, you can fake them out and stuff like that. So there's different moves so you can distract or misdirect. But for the most part, one of the
simplest ways we see this happening, at least in the before times, was in Hollywood. Where, you can see a trend in films and television over a number of years. And that's why it's sort of like Hollywood exposed or Marvel exposed videos are so popular on YouTube or within the truther community, is because usually with these pieces of media, it's really easy to identify trends or at least the direction of the elite, mainly because they use the media as a social control device.
Right.
And so if they want to move in a certain direction, the easiest way to get consent from the public is to basically tell them and then repeat it over and over and over for a few years in the form of movies and television shows, where it becomes not so surprising and not so novel, and then then you pull the trigger in real life and it's not so crazy.
It's a phrase. This is even before I was like fully aware of what was going on. Age 18, 9/11, the towers go down. All my friends, dude, it's like a movie, bro. It's like a movie.
Yeah.
It's like a movie. That's the only thing that you have reference to, and because it's so culturally saturated, your brain is going to go there. Oh, all those movies about the tower or whatever. And that's how predictive programming works, and that's how you get people to associate events like that. So it's not just out of the blue. Yep. There's a purpose for it.
Same with COVID. There was a number of movies and television shows that all had to do with either a pandemic or something else that operated in the same way.
Yeah.
The one thing that's kind of surprising right now is maybe not surprising, but the sort of creepy one we're looking at right now is that there are tons of TV shows based around the idea of half the population disappearing, or a huge amount of the population disappearing. And that happened also in Marvel, of course, at the end where Thanos snaps his fingers, half the population disappears. There's 3 separate television shows on Netflix on the same streaming platform that are all revolve around some huge population disappearing or dying. And of course, it's very interesting for that to be part of the predictive programming. But back to the telegraphing the punches, they also do it within the news and within media and within technology, and so that's sort of what we track here.
Yep.
Thank you, JC.
Thank you, JC. Next up, we have Juan A.
Juan A is on a streak. 25 episodes in a row, comes in with a pocket full of 7s. Thank you very much, Juan A.
Thank you, Juan A. Good to see you. Next up, we have Scott K.
Scott K is on a streak. 58 episodes in a row, comes in with 750, the Trump tax producership. Thank you very much, Scott K.
Yeah, good old Trump. Next up, good old Trump. Next up, we have, I guess right now, an anonymous supporter.
Yes, we have an anonymous Bitcoin supporter sent in 11,683 Satoshis, about somewhere around $6. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there was somebody on Twitter who sent me a video of some pretty interesting stuff. There's a Bitcoin historian that kind of calls out the hijacking of Bitcoin and some of this, and it is interesting, although this person is a supporter of Bitcoin SV as the real Bitcoin, so there's that. But yeah, there's a lot there. There's a lot of history there, but I'll save my thoughts on that for another time here. But thank you, anonymous person out there, for the Satoshis. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Malik.
Thank you very much, Malik.
Yep. Next, we have Gail M.
Gail M's on the streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule! 35 episodes in a row. She comes in with $3.99 and a note. Hola, mi chicos dolce. I got this anxious feeling that you guys have some super scary stuff to talk about today. That's got me on the edge of my seat. Okay, then. I guess I'm ready. Carry on. Let's have it. And God bless all Canarians. Lots of X's, lots of O's. Bonzo Gasolin is truth. And more X's and O's. Thank you very much, Gail M.
Thank you, Gail M. I wonder what the scary thing is.
I think Francis Collins.
Stepping down is scary.
Yeah. Are
you scared for him, or anyway?
No, I'm scared about Anthony Fauci
taking over. Step aside, Francis. I got this.
Really good impression.
Speaking of, thanks. I know you're being sarcastic. Speaking of doctors, we got Dr. Who Done Dat.
Dr. Who Done Dat is on a streak. 3 episodes in a row means Dr. Who Done Dat's heating up.
He's heating up.
Came in with the 374. That's a pocket full of 3s plus fees. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Who Done Dat. Next up, we have Brant W.
Brant W is on a streak. 22 episodes in a row. Also, pocket full of 3s plus fees. And a note, a big old birthday shout out to my good friend Sam, who turned 32 Yeeter Day.
Ooh.
Hashtag yeet yeet. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Sam.
Hold on, let me play this one real quick. Yeah, that's supposed to be the master. It is, but it's supposed to be mastered. It's supposed to be a little clearer. Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was playing the wrong one, but yeah, there you go. Happy birthday to Sam. Yeah. And thank you for the producership, Brant. Next up, we have Sir Casey, the Shield Knight. Yes? What?
Just can't get over it. Just has to mention it.
I didn't mention nothing.
Time.
I read the name.
Just every single time. Sir Casey is on a streak. 67 episodes in a row and a pocket full of threes. Thank you very much, Sir Casey.
Thank you, Sir Casey. Next up, we have Danielle O.
Danielle O should be on a streak. I thought. I'm sorry. I'm just doing. Yes, Danielle O is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
3 episodes in a row, which means Danielle O is heating up.
He's heating up.
This is nice. There's like a whole new brigade of streakers starting streaks, starting to heat up and stuff. Thank you very much, new streakers. Danielle O comes in with a pocket full of threes and a note here that says, Daniel 3, 16 through 18, stay strong, family. We will not compromise. Thank you very much, Danielle O.
Thank you very much.
Danielle O. Yeah.
Daniela or Danielle?
I don't know. I think we've been calling her Daniela. Oh, yeah. We spelled it wrong this time. It's with an A.
Ah, okay. Very good. And the verse there for Daniel, what is it? 3, 16 through 18 is where it says, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to give you an answer concerning this matter. If it be so, our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the furnace of blazing fire, and he will deliver us out of your hand, O king. But even if he does not, let it be known to you, O king, that we are not going to serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up. Mm-hmm. Amen.
Thank you very much, Daniela.
Thank you, Daniela. Next up, we have Runk Smash.
Runk Smash is on a streak. 22 episodes in a row, and Runk Smash sends 168 for the following microfiction, 1 penny per character. Stop! You're violating the terms of service. That tardigrade belongs to Twitter, says a man in a VR helmet. Still think it's not so bad? Asked NFG. Nope, replies Basil, sadly putting his hat down. Oh no. And Runk Smash also sent in a note attached to his rant before that says, Hey, Basil and Gons, I have a couple things. First, I'd like you to ask for the pray-ducers to pray for me and my family during last episode. I tested positive for the Rona.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it sucks like the flu, but the bigger concern is this is going to put part of the kids' schooling behind because they can't go to the homeschool co-op. All right, it's time for the pray-ducers to assemble.
Pray-ducers, assemble!
That's right. Pray-ducers, keep Runk Smashing the whole fam in your prayers. It's never good when people get sick for any reason, especially when it's putting kids behind in school. But let's pray that they get better soon with no further complications, and that they get that jacked up natural immunity, baby.
Yeah, that's tough, man. During the show too, it must have been a ride.
Yes, quite a ride.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Runk Smash, for supporting the show. And thank you to everyone who supported the show today for this episode 398 of Canary Cry News Talk. And I think that finishes out the producer break, Gons.
All right, let's get back to it.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
The COVID-19 crisis would be seen as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber pandemic.
Well, we'll start out real quick here at CNBC.com with a headline, Facebook says sorry for mass outage. Sorry for the mass outage and reveals why it happened. Okay, let's see what the damage control says here. Facebook has apologized for the mass outage that left billions of users unable to access Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Messenger for several hours. No mention of Oculus? Come on now. They're leaving the Oculus people behind.
They want the Oculus people to unite in a hive mind and rebel against the old guard
I want an apology, Zuckerberg. You messed up my podcast. What in the world?
21st century.
I know. What in the world? I do also. I'm looking for something that somebody sent me a few times. A couple people sent me on Twitter here. There was a very well-received tweet that went out that read like this. This is from Gavin Young, tweeted, people making jokes about the Facebook services going down make me sick. Anyone who was using an Oculus headset at the time is currently trapped in VR, and if they die there, then they die in real life.
It sounds like Sword Art Online.
Yes, there's a reference to Sword Art Online, and very funny.
Yeah.
That tweet got 63,000 retweets, 371,000 likes.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
I could have said that, and I wouldn't have gotten that kind of play on Twitter.
Holy moly. Gavin Young has 2,500 followers now. But yes, he probably had less before this tweet. And his tweet was so genius, it was the most viral thing I've ever seen.
Oh, no. The most viral thing I've ever seen was during this whole thing when Twitter, the official Twitter account,
oh my gosh,
tweeted out the whatever it was.
It's not a contest, Gons.
It's a contest.
No,
I only say that because I just saw it.
It's viral when official Twitter tweets it. It's viral when somebody with less than 1,000 followers gets over 300,000 likes. That's viral. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Quote, to all the people and businesses around the world who depend on us, we are sorry for the inconvenience caused by today's outage across our platforms, said Santosh Janardhan, Facebook's vice president of infrastructure, in a blog post late Monday. The outage, which prevented users from refreshing their feeds or sending messages, was caused by, quote, configuration changes on the backbone routers. Janardhan said, without specifying exactly what the changes were. The changes caused issues that interrupted the flow of traffic between routers and Facebook's data centers around the world. He added, quote, this disruption in network traffic had a cascading effect on the way our data centers communicate, bringing our services to a halt, Janardhan said. Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp stopped working shortly before noon Eastern Time, when the websites and apps for Facebook services were responding with server errors just after 7 p.m. Blah, blah, blah. We know that it got up. The outage marked the longest stretch of downtime for Facebook since 2008, when a bug knocked the site offline for about a day, affecting about 80 million users. The platform currently has around 3 billion users. In 2019, a similar outage lasted an hour. Facebook blamed a server configuration for that. They need some new server configurers then. The outage came one day after the whistleblower who leaked private internal research to both the Wall Street Journal and Congress revealed herself ahead of an interview with the CBS program 60 Minutes. The documents, first reported in a series of journal stories, revealed that the company's executives understood the negative impacts of Instagram among younger users, and that Facebook's algorithm enabled the spread of misinformation, among other things. Facebook shares closed down almost 5%. That's weird. They hyperlinked closed down, but changes the reading of it. Facebook shares closed down almost 5% on Monday, but were up modestly, nearly 1% in their early trading on Tuesday. So very innocuous explanation. What this doesn't explain is why a dozen other major telecom and communications-based websites went down at the exact same time. Does Google and Zoom and who else? Everybody. Does the whole internet rely on Facebook routing configurations? I don't think so. I don't buy it for a second.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that graphic, the screenshot I had, and for those just listening, it's Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, but also just on this, there's more. If I kept scrolling, there were more. Spectrum, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, Twitter, Xfinity, Google, And then Oculus, of course,
Yeah.
But I mean, it just kept going.
A couple dozen of the most major either telecom companies, communications websites, a couple others, all went down at the exact same time. But no. Don't worry about Facebook. It was just a router configuration problem.
Yeah,
Not buying it. Sorry, Zucky.
And especially, they talk about the configuration changes on the backbone routers. Why are we seeing more talk about the backbone, spinal column? Remember recently we heard about the JED, the new Cardano, or a project that's being built on Cardano called JED, which is supposed to be an algorithmic stablecoin, and it's
the Egyptian spine of Osiris or something.
Right, commonly understood as Osiris's spine.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's like they're trying to do a spine replacement of the whole system.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Also, this whole whistleblower thing, I mean, come on. You're not buying any of this, are you? The whistleblower coming out and exposing Facebook.
What's there not to buy?
The number one, the timing. Number two, the reason for her being on 60 Minutes and all this kind of stuff. Because ultimately, you know what she's calling for is more government power or like regulation on Facebook.
Right.
So it really does seem like a planned kind of Trojan horse, if you will, to try to, make it seem like, because a lot of people have the sentiment, and even like Netflix, what movie was it? There's the whole exposure of social media has been going on for the last few years of like how bad it is for kids, and all the horrible things it does to a growing mind, and suicide rates, and all this kind of stuff. It's been kind of percolating in pop culture for a while, and so now to bring it to legislature, and even Biden, remember, he was like, we're going to do something about Facebook and the disinformation and the da-da-da. This doesn't serve the people, the whole whistleblower. It serves government, because it's like, we need more regulate. We need to do a better job of regulating.
Yeah, it's a subtle and complex issue, because I don't want to get tricked into defending Facebook and letting them run rampant.
I'm not defending Facebook.
No, I'm not saying you are.
Why are you accusing me of defending? I'm just kidding. Go on.
He's freaking out, guys.
No, I'm just kidding.
See, that's the thing is like, I don't want to get tricked into defending Facebook and defending them from government regulation, which allows them to continue to do their evil work. Now, do I trust the government to responsibly rein in Facebook in ways that do not continue to create bad situations for public?
Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just realized the woman's name is Frances. That's the third Frances.
Yes, this show should be called A Tale of Three Franceses.
Three Franceses, not two.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Tale of Three Franceses. Yeah, so I think that's part of the PSYOP is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
Is there's an interesting PSYOP here. And remember, corporations are just as guilty of running long-term effective PSYOPs as the government. We tend to think of PSYOP as strictly an intelligence agency thing, defending the U.S. government. But these big corporations, which some are calling to give a seat at the table at the UN.
Right.
Some of them wield more power than many nations. They are just as guilty of running PSYOPs. And I think this is a complicated one, because there definitely is an opportunity for a PSYOP to defend Facebook against government regulation. And it goes back to the war that we've been tracking. Talk about telegraphing your punches. It was 2 years ago now, we began to talk about the war between big tech companies and nation states, and how there's lots of battles over resources, big data being considered a national resource. And, we've talked about it between China and the U.S., but even Facebook, if you now consider this sort of a digital nation, is warring over a very valuable resource with the U.S. government. So these are two bad actors at war with one another. And yes, the whistleblower testifying to Congress, calling for more control over Facebook, It's puts us in a very sticky situation, because do I want Facebook to be reined in and to cut, hamstring them a little bit? I definitely want that. But am I comfortable with the U.S. government having access to those resources? Not in the slightest. So it's kind of a worst of both worlds as far as that's concerned.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at, though. I'm not defending Facebook, but what I'm saying is that it's a trap. That's the whole point, is that you get people thinking that down with Facebook, and then the PSYOP swoops in, and that sentiment gets kind of hijacked for more bureaucracy from the government side. And then
it's not even bureaucracy; it's access.
Access to the data.
Yeah.
But in terms of I guess you're right. I guess it is. But Facebook being the actual operator there, they're the gatekeepers, so they have the leverage. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I just don't buy the whole timing of everything and the takedown of all the websites and
somebody's very well executed plan is what we're watching in real time.
This is definitely not all coincidence happening all at the same time, and Facebook being really the shield for the rest. What is not going? What's the thing that we're not paying attention to, or we're not even being told about, that's happening while all this Facebook fiasco is going on?
Well, there's an interesting angle to it as well, which is the infrastructure angle, because there's been part of the movement of the government control over social media and big data is that social media, one argument that's being made, especially in Congress, is that social media is a public utility now. These communication avenues are public utilities. It's the town square. It's not just, a private enterprise. It's an essential part of how society works. And so the government wants to sort of bring Facebook and other social media under its wing as a public utility, which it fits right in with the Build Back Better, the cyber infrastructure, the Biden infrastructure plan, which includes all sorts of sort of amorphous definitions about human infrastructure and et cetera, et cetera. So, we talk about, and what would be a better defense from the United States government to hold power against again, digital nation that is Facebook. You're not quite up to speed on what we're talking about there. We laid it all out last episode. What a better way for the U.S. government to hold on to and expand their own power than an aggressive takeover of another nation, being Facebook. It's no different than the U.S. government invading Afghanistan or invading any other nation. It's the same concept. It's just in this new metaverse world we live in.
And it's interesting because it all has to do with morality. So much of it is ethics driven.
Ethics, again, and that's the biggest part. It's another call for the government to set standards for human ethics, and it goes towards the religion of government in this case, where the government tells the people what is good, what is bad, what's a sin, what is not, all created by government legislation.
And along those same lines here, this is dailymail.co.uk. Accidental leak. Another leak, Basil.
The leaks.
Looking at
the leaks continue. Oil leaks.
Yep.
Off the coast of California, we've got an essential oil leak. We've got eucalyptus oil. We've got patchouli all wafting up from the ocean.
Accidental leak reveals U.S. government has secretly hit Google with keyword warrants to identify anyone searching certain names, addresses, and phone numbers.
That's crazy.
The U.S.
This is a good example of what's happening that nobody's paying attention to.
Yeah. The U.S. government is using keyword warrants to uncover the identity of anyone who searches Google and other search engines to certain search terms that may be related to a crime, according to a new report. The controversial practice, which is already drawing civil liberties concerns about sweeping government overreach, was revealed on Tuesday in, quote, accidentally unsealed court documents obtained by Forbes. I don't know, man. Accidentally unsealed court documents? I don't know. This is all controlled revelation right here, it feels like.
I would like to know how that happens. What are the mechanisms of accidentally unsealed court documents?
Is it like, oops, I accidentally unzipped this file. Let's take a peeky.
Yeah.
The controversial, we already read that. Keyword warrants, which have been secretly employed for the last several years, are drawing backlash as many argue they violate an individual's constitutional protections against unreasonable search and seizure. Trawling through Google's search history database enables police to identify people merely based on what they might have been thinking about for whatever reason at some point in the past, said Jennifer Granick, Surveillance and Cybersecurity Counsel at the American Civil Liberties Union. Quote, this never-before plausible technique threatens First Amendment interests and will inevitably sweep up innocent people, especially if the keyword terms are not unique and the time frame not precise. To make matters worse, police are currently doing this in secret, which insulates the practice from public debate and regulation. And it has the document there. It's got a lot of redacted stuff, looking up words like bomb, explosives, PVC bomb.
Some of them are motion, like the word motion, the word cardboard,
right? Yeah,
the word fragmentation, the word, some of them are incredibly unspecific.
Yeah. However, Google has defended its decision to respond to keyword warrants and claims they protect users when doing so. As with all law enforcement requests, we have...
Protect them quote, from what?
Yeah, quote. We as law enforcement requests... Well, hold on. As with all law enforcement requests, we have a rigorous process that is designed to protect the privacy of our users while supporting the important work of law enforcement, a Google spokesperson explained. The federal government claims the scope of the warrants is limited, which allegedly avoids implicating innocent people who search the specific terms by happenstance. However, officials have not publicly disclosed how often they use keyword warrants requests or the number of users whose data has been turned over by private tech companies. Forbes reported that only a handful of keyword warrants requests have been made public. The most sweeping was a keyword hunt for the serial bomber who struck Austin, Texas in 2018. The order served on Google, Yahoo, and Microsoft demanded the handover of IP and account information for anyone who searched for a range of terms related to bomb making, such as low explosives and pipe bomb. 2 people died in the 20-day bombing spree, and bomber Mark Anthony Condit killed himself as authorities closed in on him. Police said that he was traced by unique pink construction gloves captured on surveillance video. It shows the picture there, a couple tweets. The most recent keyword warrant surrounded a 2019 investigation involving Wisconsin men who were believed to have trafficked and sexually abused a minor after she had gone missing earlier that year. Ooh, I wonder how many people were, if they used the keyword warrant on that recent story of, what was her, I can't remember the girl's name who went missing.
Gabby Petito,
yes. Interesting. In an attempt to catch the victim's alleged kidnappers, the FBI asked Google to provide them with information on anyone who had searched the girl's name, 2 spellings of her mother's name, and her address over a 16-day period. Google provided the government with the requested data, relevant Google accounts, and IP addresses in mid-2020. It is unclear how many users were included in the report. The government...
See, that's the problem with this Minority Report thought crime style investigating or whatever is.
It assumes you're guilty. Well, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't 100% assume you're guilty.
On a list.
Yeah, puts you on a list
just
of
because you. Now the thing, I mean, for example, Gabby Petito. Now she's a little different of a case. I think they would shoot for like a date range, and
yes, they would do a date range.
So the boyfriend wouldn't be searching her name or whatever. I guess the alleged killer. I don't know. That's whatever. But yeah, so I mean, I could see why that would be something they want to do. Let's say it's an unknown entity, not like a famous Instagrammer,
or like how to kill your girlfriend in a van. Google search terms of that,
Yeah. Well, see, that's the problem. That's kind of the thing, is like very specific things like that. It could be helpful, but again, I've been thinking about this lately because who was it? I was catching up with Joe Rogan, and he had a guy who was wrongly convicted for a crime and went to jail for 24 years. And they talked about really how easy it is for innocent people to get swept up and lose half their life for a crime they didn't commit. And it's not because the evidence didn't exist to exonerate them. It was because prosecutors break the rules just because they want to win. They want to get a win under their belt, and they don't really care about what's the truth or not. And they'll put an innocent man in jail just so they can, get their KD ratio up, or their win rate up as a prosecutor. And that's kind of the point here, is like, yeah, guilty people should go to jail for committing crimes, but all too often innocent people are swept up, not because the evidence for their innocence doesn't exist, but because the legal system is so screwed up that, maybe whatever, maybe you get swept up in one of these Google search warrants and they just decide that they want you're the one that they scoop up. Even if you're innocent, the legal system is set up so the incentives and motivation is to ignore a bunch of other evidence that may exonerate you. But since you showed up on this Google search thing, it's putting way more innocent people at risk than it is, putting bad guys in jail. And that's the American way. The spirit of the American legal justice system is, let 100 guilty people free instead of putting one innocent man in jail. And I really support that. I think that, putting one innocent person away for their life, or a huge portion of their life, is a way bigger problem than letting guilty people, not letting them off the hook, but, just putting an innocent person in jail at the expense of the taxpayer is a way bigger misjustice than not being able to convict a guilty person. And I understand this is a complicated subject, but this thought crime minority report policing is a really dangerous thing to be going on. And it's been going on for years, apparently.
Yeah, the FBI, we have an FBI jingle, too.
FBI, open up! A lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax. I mean, it's a money-making industry, okay?
Unindicted co-conspirators.
Well, yeah, especially when you consider all the nonsense the FBI has been pulling with entrapment and empowering.
Yeah, this is great. This is great.
Do things.
This is great. Social, data collection on potential targets for their entrapment procedures. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, the article kind of goes on here and it talks about, the important issues. Would anyone ever know that this technique had been used, or how often, or what data the government got, or where that information is now? They're saying that, this is a problem because it was secret. The warrant was unsealed by mistake. What if it weren't? No one would know about it. That's why I think none of this is on accident. It's got to be on purpose. And it could be just part of the restructuring, part of the Great Reset with government and big tech. This being an example of maybe how the relationship should work. You know, how between governments and big tech, how they can both kind of cooperate under the guise of whatever ethics, and ultimately it's for a bad thing. Because Google's collecting that information, and then, you know, the government is saying, give us the information. And Google's saying, well, we're trying not to dox anybody, but we also want law enforcement to do its work. So they get stuck there. But interesting thing here. We're going to get into some Great Reset stuff. Great Reset geoengineering.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side. Geoengineering.
And this is New York Times. Nobel Prize and Physics awarded for study of humanity's role in climate change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You sound so excited.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't read this article. What is it? What are you laying down here for us? We got Nobel Prizes for climate change science.
It's really not that exciting. It's kind of just tracking the whole shift from COVID to climate. Remember that, and we've seen it. That, what is it? 2 episodes ago, the insurance companies were talking about how, I think Bloomberg was reporting that insurance companies have now moved off of COVID as the number one threat, and they have shifted over to climate change as the number one thing that they're worried about in terms of insurance. Number 2 was cyber attacks. So now we're seeing it. We're seeing the cyber. We're seeing the part of the climate thing with this Nobel Prize thing, solidifying the idea that humans are bad. So here's what it says. The Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded on Tuesday to 3 scientists who work, quote, laid the foundations for our knowledge of the Earth's climate and how humanity influences it. The winners were Syukuro Manabe of Princeton University, Klaus Hasselmann, always a Klaus. I have to be a Klaus. Klaus Hasselmann of the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology in Hamburg, Germany, and Giorgio Parisi of the Sapienza University of Rome. The work of all 3 is essential of understanding how the Earth's climate is changing and how human behavior is influencing those changes. Quote, the discoveries being recognized this year demonstrate that our knowledge about the climate rests on a solid scientific foundation based on a rigorous analysis of observations, said Thors Hans Hansson, chair of the Nobel Committee for Physics. Complex systems such as the climate are often defined by their disorder. This year's winners helped bring understanding to the seeming chaos by describing those systems and predicting their long-term behavior. Dr. Manabe demonstrated how increased levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere led to increased temperatures on the surface of the Earth. Quote, in the 1960s, he led the development of physical models of the Earth's climate and was the first person to explore the interaction between radiation balance and the vertical transport of air masses, the committee said. Dr. Hasselmann, a decade later, created a model that links weather and climate. Quote, answering the question of why climate models can be reliable despite weather being changeable and chaotic, the Nobel Prize Committee said in a statement. Okay. Dr. Parisi discoveries were described as, quote, among the most important contributions to the theory of complex systems. He is credited with the discovery of the interplay of disorder and fluctuations in physical systems from atomic to planetary scales. Quote, they make it possible to understand and describe many different and apparently entirely random materials and phenomena, not only in physics, but also in other very different areas such as mathematics, biology, neuroscience, and machine learning, the committee said. Why is this important work? All 3 scientists... Oh, we might have a new 3 amigos here. All 3 scientists have been working to understand the complex natural systems that have been driving climate change for decades, and their discoveries have provided the scaffolding on which predictions about climate are built. The importance of... I don't know why, but like... New York Times, I guess. Do they just think that people that read the New York Times and read this article are unaware of the fact that they've been basically describing climate doom and disaster for decades? They've been setting dates, too. Like there's a list. We pulled it up at some point, not years ago, but maybe last year, where it had a list of like newspaper articles and from like the 60s or like by the 80s, the pollution is going to get so bad that we will all be scoffing and moving underground and all this kind of stuff. And it has continued on, and none of it's really happened. But I guess they're just so perfect with their predictions. The importance of their work has only gained urgency as the forecast models reveal an increasingly dire outlook if the rise in global temperature is not arrested. And it goes into some of the specifics there. We don't have to get into any more. It goes into each prize winner and some of their contributions specifically.
I don't think so.
But yeah, I mean, it seems like empty plastic awards to validate the idea of like human affected climate change. Oh, if the scientists are saying it, the models or whatever, then it must be true. We must make decisions in government to fight it.
Well, this is a long-standing thing. It's an ongoing thing. It's not necessarily a new thing, but I think it does track with the current shift from COVID being what's going to kill us all back over to climate change that's going to kill us all.
Yeah.
And these Nobel Awards, which nobody really cares about, it's used as just credibility building, not just for the individual, but for different causes. And you can see these sort of happen in cycles. I remember when the guy got the prize for discovering the Higgs boson back in the early days of CanaryCry radio. And it was then that really shot off the big social movements when it comes to new aginess and scientism and stuff like that.
Right.
That sort of took place around 2013, the early 2010s. And you could really see the big social movements in that direction. It's used as sort of a trigger. Yeah. And so I think this corresponds with what we've been tracking over the past few weeks, which is, they're just kind of, COVID's losing its thing. We're shifting back over to climate change as being the big disaster, which is funny because in a way they're saying we're not going back to normal. Life isn't going back to normal. Where, a shift back to climate change being our biggest worry is kind of exactly a shift back to normal.
Back to normal, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the place. It's a good placeholder catastrophe. So it's like in between big news when things start to lull or we start to whatever current catastrophe is losing its grip on the public, you just switch back to climate change because it's amorphous enough, it's big enough, it's ambiguous enough that you can kind of just put as much hype on it as you want to take the place of a lack of catastrophe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So this next story, I realized this was actually published back in January, but for some reason it was trending on Twitter, at least on my Twitter, and I have all my stuff turned off, so I don't know. Usually it's normally the mainstream stuff that I'm trying to aggregate here, but this is AP News. The headline: Bill Gates never said 3 billion people need to die. And I'm just going to read just just a claim and the assessment. So the claim is Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates wanted to eliminate at least 3 billion people in the world, starting in Africa, in a plot involving vaccines. And the AP assessment, because AP, they're the best fact checkers we have out there. Mm-hmm. They said false. Gates never said this. The billionaire philanthropist has spoken about the benefits of slowing the rate of population growth, but he has not advocated killing people.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes into the facts, which is 2019
to summarize,
video. Yeah.
May I summarize?
Sure. Yeah. There's a point that I was going to make, but go ahead.
I think the second half of this is kind of the important part.
Mm-hmm.
But to summarize it, they're basing this all off of this one guy, Robert O. Young, who's a naturopath. And who is sort of a, quote unquote, fake news 5G type of guy. And he put out a post that says, but in the words of Bill Gates, at least 3 billion people need to die. So we'll just start off in Africa. We'll start doing our research there, and we'll eliminate most of the Africans because they're deplorable. They're worthless. They're not part of this world economy, is what this Robert guy is claiming Bill Gates said in a post.
Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, as the AP, they use these fact checks to sort of debunk the world when they always base it off of one post. They present it as if, Bill Gates, blah, 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 blah. But it's based off this one guy, Robert O., and his crazy conspiracy theory Facebook post.
Yes.
Go on, what is he?
Robert O. Young is one of the guys that has been talking about graphene oxide in the vaccines. So there was during that a couple episodes ago when we triggered a bunch of people because we weren't buying the Dr. Carey analysis of graphene oxide or self-aware, self-assembling nano robot machine crystal computers in the vaccines. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
When there's a whole bunch of people that were triggered, and there were people sending us a bunch of links and stories and everything else. One of the links was to an article that was published on the Dr. Robert O. Young's website that sort of went through his own analysis of the whole thing. I gave it to Nugent to take a look, and because it's kind of long and tedious, we didn't cover it on the show, but the short of it is there's basically there's a standard at which certain things, when looked under a microscope, you have to do usual procedures to prove it's something, not just like, here's pictures of it from from whatever, and look at these pictures, they look very similar, like, okay, but that doesn't prove anything. I mean, it can kind of look the same, but that's not, and plus it didn't look the same apparently as the graphene oxide photos. And there was just some problems with it. And so our in-house microbiologist, Nugent, basically said, if I was peer reviewing this paper that Robert O. Young published on his website about the graphene oxide in the vaccines, he's like, it doesn't even, I can't do anything with it because he's just not following any of the basic procedures of validating a claim like that. So that's the guy that they're tearing down in this article by AP to say that all these crazy people believe in crazy things. And it's not to say that some of the agendas and the plan for all this in the future is not true in terms of getting certain things and biological trackers and all that. And we've said over and over again that the technology exists, the experiments have happened. Yes, they're probably planning this at a large scale, but also I don't know necessarily why they would have to do it in secret, because they're really convincing the public that it's necessary, So anyway, that's just something that I noticed with the Robert O. Young specifically, being sort of one of the guys that's targeted by AP, but also someone that's being touted by those who take some of the more fringy claims about everything with the vaccines and stuff, and claiming that there are graphene oxide and stuff like that. But here's the deal. Here's the deal, folks. I have the Bill Gates clip from the TED Talk in 2010, and we may have played it before, but just a good refresher as to what he said and what, it kind of just depends on how you hear things, because yes, he didn't say, we need to kill people to make sure we get climate control. But he did say all this here.
I asked the top scientists on this several times, do we really have to get down to near zero? Can't we just, cut it in half or a quarter? And the answer is that until we get near to zero, the temperature will continue to rise.
He's talking about carbon levels, by the way.
And so that's a big challenge. This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero.
We're all going to die.
Now that's back from high school algebra, but let's take a look. First, we've got
See, that's what's crazy to me. The people in the audience kind of recognize, oh, it's a funny joke, but Bill kind of just keeps rolling. I don't think he meant it as a joke. But that's kind of the interpretation.
Population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
What does that mean? If we do a good job with vaccines and healthcare, we can bring it down. Like, well, come on.
Well, the AP article goes into this, but it's not very convincing.
That was my point.
So, and I think why don't you play the clip all the way through, or is that as far as you want to? There should be a little bit more.
Well, yeah, there is, but I only clipped a minute because I didn't want to take too much of the.
Oh, that's what
lecture.
You clipped. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to jump in here, it says, I'll take it from where he did that clip or that quote. The world today is 6.8 billion people, Gates said during the talk. That's headed up to about 9 billion now. If we do a really good job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive services, we lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. Gates was talking about reducing the rate of population growth, not population, by 10 or 15%. In past interviews, Gates has argued that improving vaccine and healthcare can paradoxically slow the rate of population growth in our poor countries because it lowers the child mortality rate. With more children making it to adulthood, Gates has said parents may choose to have a smaller family size. Yeah,
they can't help themselves. It's just it's like a slippery thing they're trying to hold. I just can't quite grab it.
Quote, amazingly, as children survive, parents feel like they'll have enough kids to support them in their old age, so they choose to have less children, Gates said in a 2012 interview. Gates has been a frequent target of vaccine, blah, 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 coronavirus conspiracy theories. So, this whole debunking that AP is doing here is really weak, because what they're saying is, yeah, it does sound weird how he says they can slow population growth with vaccines and healthcare and reproductive health. I mean, the reproductive health makes sense, but they're basically saying that is a weird thing that he said, but he also said that, when parents have children that survive, they have less kids. And that will solve the problem, which is so bizarre. Like, it's just
that makes no sense.
I can see a world in which he wants people to believe that, but just saying it doesn't make it convincing.
Well, in the lecture, he does talk about the models have shown, so he does reference the computer models.
All the models. Yeah, the models show a lot of things. The models showed that the ice caps are going to melt in 2013. Yeah. The models showed that the ocean was going to swallow California in the year 2000. The models show lots of things. So that's kind of the thing, is like the whole debunking is based off of, no, we know what he said. We know what you heard him say. But what he means is this other thing that he didn't say. So therefore,
but also this other thing he didn't say based on things he said at other times.
Yeah,
makes
10
no
years
sense.
ago. Here, if you just take this quote from something he said 10 years ago, it makes this crazy thing he said today less crazy. So they're just working hard. It's AP. Bill has his PR team hard at work.
I gotta say, man,
some of these reputation.
Some of these debunkers do have a tough job. I'm sure some of these people that write this stuff, they look at it and go, "Holy moly, Bill Gates
supposed to debunk
literally
this?
said that.
Yeah.
Like, we got to do something. We got to figure something out, man.
Yeah, they're earning their salary over at AP debunking services there. And Bill Gates, this we got to take the broader look at it. Bill Gates is in the middle. He's in the depths of another, which he's done successfully in the past and is very well documented, another PR recovery plan. After the divorce, after the this, after the that, he goes into hiding. He's notorious at executing very effective and very expensive PR recovery plans. The mainstream has admitted that, and he's right in the midst of it. So, I mean, look, I don't have the documents, I don't have the receipts to prove it, but if history has any lessons to teach, Bill Gates' PR firm is doing a great job at trying their very hardest to debunk any negative press that Bill Gates might be getting.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's completes our second little segment here. Do you want to thank some artists and jingle makers and
let's do it.
Time people.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okay. All right. We're going to spend some time thanking people who produce the show with their time and talent.
Yeah. Real quick, Gons, before we go into the time and talent, I do want to do a little bit of catching up and thank a couple of people for financially producing the show, just because they're on streaks and we need to keep them going.
Okay.
Producer Ciara came in as usual. Thank you very much, Ciara. We'll keep you on your streak. You are...
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
You're on a streak. You've been supporting the show for... where is it? 30. This is 30 episodes in a row today. Thank you very much. Yes. And she sends a note, says, "Are you guys not getting my monies?" Yeah, Ciara, I did not see it. Gon's obvious. I'm assuming you did not see anything from Ciara before this break.
Oh, no, I did not.
And I went through all of our alerts. So, yes, there must have been a little whoopsie daisies there, but you will keep you on your streak. 30 episodes in a row. Thank you very much, Producer Ciara. And while we're at it, to be fair, well, yeah, Heather S. came in.
Oh, Heather S. There you go.
Thank you very much, Heather S. Heather S.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Yes, Heather S. is on a streak. What is your streak, Heather S.? Looking. 12 episodes in a row, which means Heather S. might as well be walking on the sun.
Oh.
Might as well be walking on the sun.
There we go. And Heather S. sent a note. "Hey, Gons and Basil, I'm really late, but I don't want to break our streak." Okay. You kept it. You are really late, and that's okay. We got
right.
you. We got you on the second break. Just don't let it happen again.
Hey, listen.
Thank you very much.
Listen. All right. By the way, stick around because we have Biden clips coming up, which is always fun.
Don't want to miss them.
Don't want to miss Biden clips. But we're going to thank some people for their time and talent producing the show. We want to thank Christine C. for doing the timestamps for episode 397. Appreciate you, Christine.
Thank you, Christine.
And we have a couple jingles that we got here.
We have a new jingle.
This first one here is from... Wait a minute. Hold on. The one that's listed here... I don't know. I thought it was Dr. Whodundat. Yeah. Dr. Whodundat gave us a jingle. And he has a note here. "I found myself up late with too much energy, so I threw this together. Let me know what you think. I can definitely make changes." And
that is a good use of that extra energy. If all producers put just a little bit of extra, their surplus of energy, that's what this show runs off of.
Your surplus of energy. We are
the
like
producers' surplus energy. Yeah.
In the Matrix. Okay, it's a metaverse jingle.
Welcome to the
Not bad.
Welcome to the metaverse. That's good.
Bad.
We need it. The metaverse will continue to envelop us all.
Yes.
Now we've got a jingle to refer to it by. Thank you very much, Dr. Who Done Dat.
Thank you, Dr. Who Done That. Next up, we got one from Learbag 3000, and he says, had to do it. Laughing and crying emojis. Made it in like 10 minutes, so not the best, but it had to be done.
Had to be done.
Okay, it's really subtle. But
yeah, what is it?
You don't know what it is? Okay.
Is that...
It's you describing the soundscape that was in your VR helmet.
Okay, that's what I thought. I recognized the tone. I mean, it's the exact melody of the random ambient music that plays in my my headset when the Oculus network is down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I laughed over it, so Learbag had to use.
Sounds like you used it, yeah.
Well, he had to use it with my laughter kind of covering it up, but. I apologize. I messed up the jingle. The perfect jingle of Basil doing his...
good. It's wonderfully done. Thank you very much, Learbag.
Thank you very much. And I think that's it for the jingles. Although, how come it says that name right there, Basil? Is that a mistake or is it...
This one on top?
The one that starts with the J, yeah.
Yeah. I believe so. I noticed that you didn't put anything in there, so I just stuck it in there because I thought I saw something come in from this person.
I see something that came in from this person, but it's like a link to a video.
That's something else. Yeah, I don't recall. Why did I put this in here? Is this... I don't know. Well, if you don't have it, if you didn't see it, then I don't know.
I don't think I have it.
Well, they'll let us know if something got missed.
Yeah, let us know if we missed you or not. We don't know. All right, time for some art.
One art, please.
And we start things off with Dame Allie.
One art, please. One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And... Border Patrol no more. Poor Border Patrol horse done lost his job looking for a handout.
Yes, it's the American, the destruction of the American middle horse class continues. We've got this beautiful rendering, this
middle
beautiful
horse class
drawing of a horse, a lonely horse, a beautiful, majestic horse. Standing, looking straight at the camera, if there were one there, with a sign slung around its neck, like so many in our country, that says, "Lost job, please help." And on the ground next to this horse is a beautiful, wonderfully shaped cowboy hat. But no cowboy for this horse, this poor little guy. Give our horses jobs, Biden.
You know, the thousands of people losing their jobs over mandates or over whatever it is, man, the horses are with us. This really could split society. Some people might go back to the horse and buggy.
I know, they're going to have to, these horses are going to have to go back to the old ways, running across the plains of middle America, avoiding tigers. But
sure.
Thank you, Allie, for this beautiful horse.
Thank you, Allie. And I got to say, Allie is probably the only artist in the world who has drawn a horse in defense of those border horses.
That's true. There's not a lot of people defending those border horses.
Nobody else stepping up for those border horses. But luckily we have Dame Allie to do just that. So
that's what we're here for, folks, and that's why Dame Allie is such a vital part of the art ecosystem of Canary Cry News Talk. Thank you very much, Dame Allie.
Thank you, Dame Allie. And we also have one from Sir Dove.
One art, please, from Dove.
And Sir Dove sends us a note The note says, Peace, had the idea for this one last week after you guys shared that article about the Flippies being able to soundly defeat the winner of the FIFA World Cup by the year 2050. So I thought I'd bring that to life. Look forward to catching the CCNT Flippy update in 30 years, recapping the legendary match. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins.
That's right. And he's referring to the soccer-playing robotics championships that plan to beat the human team in 2050. And we've got a scene here on the pitch, as they call it. And we've got the Flippy soccer team versus the humans. First thing you might notice is all the humans are bloody and beaten on the ground.
This was my imagination. This is exactly how I imagined it, of the bloody soccer players.
This was his imagination, a view into the mindscape of Gons. And yes, the soccer players are on the ground. They're bloody. One of them's bleeding from the neck. We've got the robotic soccer players standing above them, looking disapprovingly down at these puny humans. And there's Gary. Is that Gary? No. What was the robot's name that was made of trash?
Oh.
Or is this Gary? I think this is Gary. No, this is the purple. No, this is the purple one that was made. What is it? Some Vietnamese village.
Right. Oh, what was the name of that robot? Chat, you got to remember.
I know. I forget the names of all these robots. But yes, is the robot that was helping out the I don't know if it was Vietnamese.
Oh, no. It had some COVID name. It was a Delta or...
Delta. Oh, it was called Delta.
Was it Delta?
It was called Delta.
That's right,
the robot was named Delta, and it delivered food to people trapped in their homes. So Delta is the goalie. A wheel has fallen off Delta, but the Goodell robot, the spirit of the toilet cleaning robot, there's a couple of them trying to help out Delta. In the crowd, you've got some signs. 101010 is 010010. I think that's the love is love or something.
1001. Amen.
Yes, the robot activists are in the crowd here. One says, "We're all doomed." And we've got a number of audience-held placards that spell out, "Kill 'em," which is exactly what Flippy is doing. And, of course, we've got some advertisements, some adverts on the pitch. We've got Lunarade, of course. Lunarade has to show up or charge it up in the light of the blood moon there. I forget what this one that looks like the Arabic writing is.
I know, I'm trying to remember.
This is a callback. Is kill all something or other, but it was from another piece of art that Doug made.
Man, I can't remember now. Mm-hmm. There's too much lore.
I know. When the lore is kind of covered up.
Yeah, it is covered up too. It's kind of hard to remember. Yeah.
Remembering. But you'll notice on the shorts of the human players, we've got the world flag.
Yes, the world Earth flag.
Yes, that's right, the Earth flag. And funny little note as well, the numbers on the Flippy players are 0, 1, 1, 0, and 0, 0.
Yes.
So, yes, you've got to have their jersey numbers in binary, of course.
Yeah.
Very good, Sir Dove. You notice anything else, Gons?
Just the square and compass on the little toilet cleaning robots. Which
it was kill all bees. It was.
Right.
It's coming back to me.
Yeah. Okay, I remember now.
It was like the Taliban worms or something.
Right.
The Taliban wants to kill all the bees. No, it's the murder hornets.
Murder hornets.
It's the terrorist murder hornets that wanted to kill all bees. Okay, we got there. Think the Bihad. Yeah.
The Bihad.
Okay, Chad. Thank you very much, Chad. I'm glad we got there.
There was also the tinfoil ad. I can't remember the name of it. It's being covered up as well, but it's
yes, the house wrap.
House wrap,
CCR tin house wrap,
right.
Tinfoil house wrap.
That's in the background too.
There we go. We got there, everybody. We got there.
I like how the crowd is blurred out. It's kind of a mush.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the future.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're all mush. Thank you very much, Dove.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot to set this one up. Hold on, let me grab it real quick.
Oh boy. Oopsies. Oops, hold on. Oh no, I've navigated away from our notes. Oh, by the way, while you're doing that, fun little detail for everybody who wants to know. I have ordered the new VR setup.
Yay!
We are upgrading. We have purchased it. It is on the way. And so hopefully it's supposed to arrive by Monday. Depending on when it arrives, probably won't have it set up for the show. But next week, I should be in a whole new world of next-gen VR office work.
Nobody can see except you.
The project continues, folks. Hopefully my research has served me well, and all these little problems working in the VR space cease to exist. One of the biggest problems I can say is with this Oculus Rift S that I am on, all these sensors that sense the position of my hands are located on the VR mask itself. That was one of the reasons I got it, was you don't need any outside little motion sensors. But the problem is with these googly eyes on the mask and this big hulking microphone setup, it gets in between my hand and the mask. So my hands are often getting not recognized by the sensors. So I went ahead and got one that has some external sensors, so I should have full control of my hands next week, which will be an entirely new experience for me in the VR space.
I need control of my hands.
I know.
Listening to what you're saying, the words that are coming out are very interesting.
I've gone too long. I've done this show for almost 2 years with nominal control over my world.
Your environment, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Ryan End's graphic novel here. And
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have it pulled up. Do you want me to throw it in the...
You have it in the doc?
I have it now, yes.
Huzzah! Let me get in there and go to town on it. Where are you at? Oh, I don't see it in there.
Oh, there it is. It took a few seconds for it to load, but I think it loaded now.
Okay, it's not loading for me. Why don't you start while I pull it up from the email?
So the top cell here, it says, we're tracking the whole situation here. The world leaders were panicked and praying for a solution. And Benedict answered. And so you got kind of like a UN building type thing. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you. It's an honor to be among you all. Now, being a man of business, forgive me for cutting right to the chase. In light of recent events, I fear what could become of our beloved Earth and its precious inhabitants. I knew I had to come up with a solution, and I believe I have. Despite blood... what's that word right there? Oh, in our rivers and oceans. Oh, that's right. There was a big comet thing that happened.
Yes, all the rivers and oceans have turned to
flare.
blood.
Right. Despite blood in our rivers and oceans, all plant life turned to tinder in a broken day and night cycle. I wish to make you fine rulers an offer. Because he's speaking to the UN. After all, on paper, a country is nothing more than a company. Ooh,
sounds like Elon here.
Yeah, I know.
All right, I got it pulled up now.
Okay.
He continues. Well, looks like I'm going to have to zoom in a little bit. What is that word?
The rounded estimate for the Earth.
The rounded estimate for the Earth intact is around 220,000 something trillion. But in spite of the damage, I'm willing to offer the base price of 80 trillion. Just because I like you guys. And then gasps roll across the crowd. I sense hesitation. That's totally normal. Let me just state for all of us at Cupido International, LLC, we do all in the name of love. Motto aside, allow me to at least show you what I had in mind. You might have noticed the odd spots on my body. It's augmented reality tech wired to my nervous system through my wrist and skull. Surgery was quick and painless. There would be no way to see my demo with your earthly physical eyes, which is why you all find goggles under your seats, courtesy of your friends at Cupito International. If everyone is ready, we can begin. Ooh, it's quite the mixture between a Mark Zuckerberg and an Elon there.
Elon, I felt a little Trudeau in there.
Oh yeah, he kind of looks like Trudeau.
Yes,
Trudeau mixed with Zuckerberg, mixed with Elon. Yeah,
that is interesting.
Agglomeration.
There's, the scriptures talks about a change of times, and he will try to change the times and seasons. Speaking of the man of sin, Antichrist type thing. If there is some kind of catastrophe, it would be a very good time to be like, hey, I have this virtual metaverse that I have created that reminds us of all the good things of the world before it turned into ashes and darkness.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff,
Very
Ryan.
good, Ryan. And thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to mention some stuff about meetups.
Canary Cry Meetup.
CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Learn how to start your own meetup or find one near you. Ciara gave us a new flyer for another meetup here, but she has one that she's organizing in Ohio. That's October 30th at 3 p.m. at Basil Pizza and Wine Bar in Parisburg, Ohio. She also put together the NorCal Canary Cry meetup November 6th at 2 p.m. Iris and B. Gerald Cantor Center for Visual Arts, Stanford, California.
See, she's got a play on the NorCal spirituality, the Buddha thing there. Yep. Very interesting.
Yep. So look for that. Anybody in the NorCal area there. And then SoCal, there'll be one. What?
Sorry, we did forget a piece of art, but continue.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. SoCal, December 4th, and she's open for ideas for 2022. Do you want to do that real quick, or do you want me to finish all this?
Finish that while I load this up.
Okay. EU meetup November 27th, Mr. Jag. The Hungry Hungarian is organizing something that will take place, a meetup that will take place at the Vienna Christmas Market. So contact Mr. Jag at protonmail.com if you are in the EU and would like to come together for a meetup. Louisville, Kentucky, October 31st. Contact Tony, awake, sleeper, and rise at gmail.com. That's Louisville, Kentucky meetup on October 31st, 6:66 p.m. Mile Wide Brewery, kid friendly. And North Idaho, October 16th. It's coming up quick here. Josiah is hosting a meetup at the Coeur d'Alene. Am I saying that right now? Coeur d'Alene?
Kind of.
Yeah. I don't know. Coeur d'Alene.
You got it.
Contact Josiah B. Dyer at gmail.com for that meetup. And that's it for right now. And it's really important to do meetups because it is your in-person local people who listen to the show, who think like you or have similar worldviews as you do. And it's hard to meet those people in just your day-to-day. So it's important to have that connection, especially if something happens.
It creates a context that you're not having to walk around on eggshells worrying about freaking somebody out. You know that everybody there is going to be on the level. And it is a really special time of, fellowshipping with people just like yourself. And as always, a good place to find your apocalypse buddies.
Yep, and I'm seeing the art here from Mark A. Let me pull it up real quick. Let me label it. And let me get that up onto the screen.
Okay. Yes, we've got this piece of art. It comes from Mark. And Mark says, "Shalom, boys." Oh, yes, we sent a little note here. And let me know when you got it up on the screen. You got it now. It's a little comic paneled version in crayon, pink crayon. And we've got Basil, the robotic arm built by Gons in his childhood, speaking on the cell phone that says, "Gons, I already told you we're podcast bros for life." And then looks like the same little robotic arm has a list. It says show ideas, and on it says Bible PhD. Then we have Gons down in the bottom left saying, is it just me or has Basil been acting kind of weird lately? And then next panel shows the robotic arm Basil with his finger hair slicked back, now wearing a bow tie. It says, and razzle dazzle, welcome to Ravel.
I see what's happening here.
We're still podcast bros for life. Don't listen to Mark. Mark is just trying to make sure you know you're still loved.
I did see the note. I don't know if you saw the note that came in from one of our producers who said that Ravel is reminding or filling the void of Canary Cry Radio for them.
Oh,
and
good.
Yeah, no, that's good. And it also made me feel horrible that we have been completely bad with Canary Cry Radio or keeping that going, which is tough to do.
Yeah, it is. It's just a different season. It's a season. Canary Cry News Talk is what the world needed, and it's what we did. Canary Cry Radio, don't worry, it'll be back. But it's just we're doing what we're doing. Yep. I think we're doing what we need to be doing, Gonzo.
Yep.
But yes, Ravel is there. Lots of funky Bible stuff to learn about, hear about. Just telling you now, the whole point is you're going to disagree with some, but there are going to be some interesting ideas that maybe you've never heard of before. Some of them will be obvious to you. It's all there in the intro. You can hear it. Go check out Ravel on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And yes, I teamed up with a PhD in biblical interpretation, and we're exploring the Bible. Another member in the Canary Cry. It's not, we're trying to make it palatable for normies, but we still dip into weird stuff. But yeah, go support Ravel. Go listen to it. Leave a rating and a review. You guys will like it. We just did this last Sunday, we released an episode with Mike Bennett, which you've heard the Canary Cry Radio Mike Bennett episode. This, I wanted to make sure to talk to Mike about stuff that you didn't talk about on Canary Cry Radio. And I think we did. And Christopher Ryan Gates, the co-host, who is a PhD in biblical interpretation. I don't know if I mentioned that, Gons, or not, but he gets a chance to sort of push back on Mike a little bit. And so it's a really good conversation. And I think Chris did a good job of pushing back in places that, maybe some lessons that we had learned from our early conversations with Mike, of course, a great friend of the show. And godfather of the sort of Christian fringy community, who is just continuing to rile up everybody. So go check that out. But there's a bunch of fun episodes to go listen to.
Cool.
All right.
You ready to finish out the show here?
I'm ready. Let's wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's Latin for many. Now suck your blood. Now politics.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
And hairy shoulders.
Whee! Yeah, he's just got hairy everything. Before we get into Biden, because I want to get into Biden, but I've been receiving, you've shared your texts that you receive from the Newsom campaign.
Yes.
The political texts. And I wanted to bring a couple of fun political texts fundraising texts that I've been receiving. So I'll just read them to you in order that they arrived. This is the first text. The very first text that I received reads like this. Fourth attempt. You don't want... Fourth attempt. No, it's not. You can see it right there. This is your first attempt. But okay. Fourth attempt. You don't want Trump to run again? Correct the record and claim 5 times match on your contribution. Last chance expires in 1 hour.
Last chance to save the country, or you're a traitor.
So keep in mind, it said last chance expires in 1 hour. And then 2 hours later, I got another text that says America at risk, and you're not helping. In fact, you might be the problem.
Oh, there
Make
it is.
5x impacts now to save America. This is the best part. Fail to act equals Trump traitor.
Oh, there it is.
No, I don't want to be a Trump traitor.
Oh, you are a Trump traitor.
I'm being Trump shamed via text.
Traitor, here. Just a traitor.
Fail to act, Trump traitor.
Failure.
And then I got another one. This is from a different number.
What list are you on?
I have no idea.
SMS. We heard about how it's going to kick up a notch, but man,
I know. I'm on the list that is the be mean to these shame these people into giving money to Trump. So this one came from another number.
Oops, sorry about that.
And it goes like this: we hate to be blunt, but your failure to act is putting America at risk.
Oh no.
Chip in to save America today, or Trump's agenda is doomed.
You know, this is why the other side of the aisle. No, this is why the other side of the aisle is able to pull the whole nationalism and accusations. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man.
I almost was under the impression that this was like a false flag. You know,
it's like Biden's campaign trying to misdirect. Yeah,
exactly.
Take the bait. We know how you Trumpers are like.
Yeah, it seems like
super intense
false flag. It was just so intense. Failure to act equals Trump traitor. Like, jeez. It's so mean. So there you go. That's those are the texts I've been receiving recently. 3 years out until the campaign, and I'm getting shamed into it's America's doomed, and it's all my fault.
I haven't been getting any political text messages recently. My spammy text messages have all been about losing weight. But it's not like shaming me. It's not like you fat slob, go work out.
Overeating, you are personally ruining America.
Oh no, mine just says burning your 100% body fat just by one sip at night. Recommended by Shark Tank. Yeah, I'm
burning 100. 100%. That's very dangerous. That sounds very medically 100% dangerous.
100% body fat. But this cannot be someone in America writing this. Burning your 100% body fat just by one sip at night. What is this magical elixir?
One sip and you wake up as an emaciated, malnourished.
I have 0% body fat when I wake up in the morning.
Shredded. So vascular.
Oh man, that is hilarious. Okay.
Don't click on links, folks.
I'm not clicking.
If you get spam texts, never click on links.
As ridiculous as all that is, what do you make of President Biden here?
Parenthetically, when you build a charging station, it's like back in the day when my grandpa worked for the American Oil Company back in the turn of in the 1920 in that area. They went from state to state convincing people that allow them to put 20,000 gallons of gasoline under the ground. They didn't want them around.
What in the world is he talking about? I tried very hard to.
Yes, I know. I'm going to play it one more time.
When I can interpret Biden to you, yes. I feel very proud, but I'm unable to figure this one out.
I'm going to give you one more shot. It's 19 seconds.
All right.
Parenthetically, when you build a charging station, it's like back in the day when my grandpa worked for the American Oil Company back in the turn of in the 1920 in that area. They went from state to state convincing people that they allow them to put 20,000 gallons of gasoline under the ground. They didn't want them around.
What's a Jargy station?
I don't know.
Parenthetically, the Jargy station.
I think what he's talking about is...
By context, I'm getting like he's talking about... I'm having to assume infrastructure of like gas stations.
I think so, yeah. They had to convince people they're going to be oil wells beneath them or whatever it is, pumping at gas and...
Yeah, I think maybe like gas stations where you have the tank underground. So he doesn't. So he's trying to. He thinks we have a problem with charging stations for electric vehicles.
Maybe, I don't know.
Fun fact: most cars were electric when they first came out. Electric cars are not a new invention.
No.
Did you know this?
Yeah, I didn't know that they were fully electric, but yes, I knew that there was a suppression and there was a controlled release of.
Yeah, even back in the days of now they weren't as good back then. The gasoline engines gave more power than the electric engines because battery technology was really bad. But the original mass-produced cars back in the Model T days were electric. Very, very interesting. They sucked. They were bad cars, but so I don't know. Anywho, but that means back when Biden was a kid,
Well, yeah, he was bringing up the turn of the century, 1920s.
Yeah.
Here's Biden talking, and by the way, this was all done in front of a construction. He's got there's a big cat behind him and everything else. Not a meow cat, but one of those construction vehicles to make it look, he's American. Infrastructure, building. This is him talking about the debt and child tax cuts, and it's the same narrative, but, he says it again here.
So guess what? You got nothing. Zero. No help. My friends in the other team have no problem giving billionaires and millionaires gigantic tax breaks. This is a tax cut. What it does is now, and it's in place, and people in your state are understanding it now, instead of it provides it up the ante how much you could get for a child under 7, you get $3,600 tax cut on a yearly basis. And you get $3,000 for a child under 17. But guess what we did? That means we're doing it on a monthly basis now.
No, you're not. He obviously does not even understand his own child tax credit.
Not. No, he keeps saying the wrong thing. Nobody's correcting him. Nobody fact checks him or anything. It's really frustrating.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he was in Michigan for this, by the way. One more clip from Biden. This one is remember when I told you a few Biden speeches ago, I was like, this is it. The end of the United States. I was very animated about how we're just doomed, This was it. This brings me similar feelings.
They believe they believe they'll win. They'll win the day, and they can dictate their way forward and leave us behind. They're betting, not a joke. They're betting for the first time we won't respond to this inflection point in history. That will fail to rise to the occasion. But you've heard me say it a lot of times. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never. Look.
Was he talking about the midterms or something?
I think he's talking about the... Actually, I'm not sure 100%. Losing our risk as hold on. We're at risk of losing our edge as a nation. That was the topic.
Yeah. It's so interesting. He takes this position a lot, and it's a very Trumpian.
It is
thing,
but his delivery is so. It's almost like when you talk all big, but you're afraid, and you kind of sound cowardly. That's how it comes off when he fumbles the words that are supposed to be, very direct and authoritative as the president.
It's basically a copy paste of the Trumpian message, which is we used to be the best. We used to be the best. We're going to be the best again. The other guys don't want us to be the best. They're betting against us, but we're going to be the best because of me. That's the Trumpian message. And he's saying the exact same words. He's just tired. He's so sleepy.
In history that will fail to rise to the occasion. But you've heard me say it a lot of times. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never.
That's... Got to get that part right. It's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. I don't know. Well, anyway, it gave me the
And this was all in respect to his infrastructure bill.
Yeah, he was. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
conference.
what he's talking about. He's saying the Republicans are betting against the American people because they don't want to print $3.5 trillion.
Either that or another country, because we're at risk of losing our edge as a nation. Maybe he's talking about China or something. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows what he's talking about?
It just, I don't know. All my national pride, the little that I have left, felt like it was draining out of my toes.
Not very patriotically inspiring, that's for sure.
No, for sure not.
Well, let's forget about that, Cons. Unless there's more. Is there more?
No, that's it.
No, there's no more. Okay, it's time to check in with the Space Pope Reptilians.
Yeah. Hold on. I had it ready to go and I lost it. Here it is.
Space Pope Reptilian.
Here we go. This is coming from CBC News. The headline, French clergy sexually abused over 200,000 children since 1950, probe finds. Surprise, surprise, folks. Catholic Church showed deep, total, and even cruel indifference for years, says commission head. French clergy have sexually abused more than 200,000 children over the past 70 years, a major investigation released on Tuesday found, and its authors accused the Catholic Church of turning a blind eye for too long. The church had shown deep, total, and even cruel indifference for years, protecting itself rather than the victims of what was systematic abuse, said Jean-Marc Sauvé, head of the commission that compiled the report. Most of the victims were boys, he said, many of them aged between 10 and 13. Quote, faced with this scourge for a very long time, the Catholic Church's immediate reaction was to protect itself as an institution and has shown complete, even cruel, indifference to those having suffered abuse, the report said. Then it goes into the latest scandal here. Which part of this did you want to focus on?
The latest.
Okay. The latest scandal, the revelations, which showed the problem in France was more widespread than previously thought, were the latest to rock the Roman Catholic Church after a series of sexual abuse scandals around the world, often involving children. Pope Francis expressed gratitude towards victims for having the courage to come forward. Quote, first of all, his thoughts go to the victims with great sorrow for their wounds, a Vatican statement said. Quote, his thoughts go to the Church of France so that in the awareness of this terrible reality, it may embark on a path of redemption. The head of the French Conference of Bishops, Eric de Moulins-Beaufort, said the Church was shamed. He asked for forgiveness and promised to act. The commission was established by Catholic bishops in France at the end of 2018 to shed light on abuses and restore public confidence in the church at a time of dwindling congregations. It has worked independently from the church. Sauvé said that the problem was still there. He added that the church had, until the 2000s, showed complete indifference to victims and that it only started to really change its attitude in 2015 and 2016. The Catholic Church's teachings on the subject, such as sexuality, obedience, and the sanctity of the priesthood, help create blind spots that allow sexual abuse by clergy to happen, Sauvé said, noting that the church needed to reform the way it approached those issues to rebuild trust with society. The church must take responsibility for what happened, the commission said, and ensure reports of abuse are transmitted to judicial authorities. It must also provide victims with adequate financial compensation, which, despite not being sufficient to address the trauma from sexual abuse, is nonetheless indispensable as it completes the recognition process. The height of the abuse took place between 1950 and 1970, the commission said in its report, with an apparent resurgence in cases in the early 1990s. Many cases
what happened in the 80s?
Cocaine.
That's what I was going to say, too. That's funny that you actually picked up on that.
Cocaine in the priesthood.
All right.
Many cases are covered by the statute of limitations, but state State prosecutors have been alerted to more recent cases, and the commission stressed that the church would provide compensation no matter when an offense was committed. It added a list of recommendations that include systematically checking the criminal record of any person assigned by the church to be in regular contact with children or vulnerable people, and providing priests with adequate training. Sauvé said the commission itself had identified around 2,700 victims through a call for testimony, and thousands more had been found in archives. Oof, thousands in archives. But a wide-ranging study by research and polling groups estimated there had been around 216,000 victims, and the number could rise to 330,000 when including abuse by lay members. Sauvé said, that's interesting. The signaling of the 33,000 when it's not just the priesthood.
330,000.
What did I say?
33,000.
Oh, yeah, 330,000. Sauvé said the scale was unprecedented, with most other investigations of the Catholic Church's sexual abuse focusing on victims identified individually. There have been around 2,900 to 3,200 suspected pedophiles in the French Church over the last 70 years. Oh my gosh, just in the French Church. Disgrace to our humanity. It finishes out the article here. Francois Duvaux, a victim of church abuse and founder of Victims' Association La Parole Libérée, told church representatives at the report's presentation, quote, "You are a disgrace to our humanity. In this hell, there have been abominable mass crimes, but there has been even worse betrayal of trust, betrayal of morale, betrayal of children." He accused the church of cowardice and thanked the commission, saying the report would prove a turning point. Quote, "You finally bring victims an institutional recognition of the responsibility of the church. The French findings come a year after Britain said the Catholic Church had received more than 900 complaints involving over 3,000 instances of child sex abuse in England and Wales between 1970 and 2015, and that there had been more than 100 reported allegations a year since 2016. In June, Pope Francis said the Catholic Church's sexual abuse crisis was a worldwide catastrophe. Since his election in 2013, he has taken a series of steps aimed at wiping out sexual abuse of minors by clerics. This year, he issued the most extensive revision of the Catholic Church law in 4 decades, insisting that bishops take action against clerics who abuse minors and vulnerable adults. But critics accuse Francis of responding much too slowly to the sex abuse scandals, of failing to empathize with victims and blindly believing the word of his fellow clergy. Yeah, that's a legit criticism, considering it's been, 8 years since he's taken the post?
Yeah, and isn't he kind of the judge and jury when it comes to some of the Vatican court type stuff?
Basically, I mean, I don't know if he takes that position all the time, but he certainly has the power to make something happen in faster than 8 years.
Yeah.
After a secular commission investigates everything, or at least begins to investigate. I think when did he say this? If he came out and said this just now, it's not impressive at all. You mean, after an investigation revealed everything, you come out and say this? Nah, that's just not how this works.
Man, I mean, I feel really awful for all the victims, and it's been known forever. I mean, I remember when I was younger when they were talking about this kind of stuff, and it was being exposed. So, it's not a surprise, but also they just keep talking about more and more, the numbers just keep piling up, and there really hasn't been that much of a change in any kind of meaningful way.
Apparently not. There's 100 in I believe it said just the UK, there's 100 a year.
Yeah. So, and one of the things that I think is interesting, we've been talking about how the corporations, we've been looking at Facebook, the Francis, right? Facebook whistleblower. Yeah. You got Francis here with the French clergy sexual abuse. So I looked up the name of Francis, and it means Frenchman. Latin origin.
Francis means Frenchman?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. It's from Italian Francesco, late Latin Francescus. France was originally the kingdom of the Franks, Saint Francis of Assisi. But I just thought it was interesting that there's that connection to Pope Francis, and then it's the French clergy being exposed. But also I was thinking about Facebook and the whole idea of Facebook and Amazon having a seat at the table of the United Nations. And I was kind of curious, like, what is the Vatican's official kind of role with the UN? Because in kind of a quasi way, maybe not directly, but sort of a similar way, the Vatican is kind of like a Facebook, where Facebook is like the people around the world use Facebook. There's Catholics all around the world, and they kind of all congregate under this banner of the Catholic Church. Same thing with Facebook. Everyone goes to Facebook to communicate. So I looked it up, and the Holy See in the United Nations. So the Holy See is not a member of the United Nations, but was granted permanent observer status, or I'm sorry, permanent observer state, non-member state.
I think it's the same. It's the same as the Knights of Malta.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they can kind of, they can attend the sessions, they can be at the assembly and the council, and they have influence. And I wonder if this is kind of like a shaking up of some of, I don't know. Like, you think about the exposure of this stuff and what really is the end game here. Are they going to, is it going to be like how Tom Horn predicts, and there's going to be a meteor that strikes the Vatican and the whole Catholic Church is going to go down? Or are they just planning for more exposure, a revolution from grassroots kind of movements? Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird how it's just it's out there. We know about it, but there's just so little that people can really do that, I don't know. It's almost like flaunting it at this point.
The interesting thing is, and this is sort of the paradox of it, is that nobody is doing anything besides the Pope. And who could do anything besides the Pope?
Right.
It's like nobody really could do anything. It's not like the Queen of England could do anything or whatever. I mean, Pope is like the only guy who could do something. And again, it goes to the fact that he could, with a stroke of a pen, sort of take drastic action. But no, they just got to be so impressed that he's been taking incremental action since 2013.
Well, that is the problem. And we talked about the magic spell that these organizations have over the world. Yeah. You have a Pope showing in a Pope mobile or something, thousands of people will descend just to get a glimpse of the Pope, even after all this stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like
hands their babies. They'll hand their babies to him.
Here, touch my child.
Touch my baby. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just kind of a flex on the world system and the world powers and the hold it has on people. And just in the meantime here, this is the Jesuit Review, americamagazine.org. Oh. americamagazine.org, the Jesuit Review.
Great.
Yeah. The headline here, Pope Francis and 40 faith leaders call for urgent action to combat climate change. Future.
How about urgent action to combat child abuse in the clergy?
Hundreds of thousands in your own organization. Nay, we will fight climate change.
Urgent action. How about that? No, we're just going to do it step by step for over 10 years. But no, we need to act on climate change now.
The point, yeah, you kind of made the point there, but I'm going to read the article or parts of it, and you'll be even more upset. Because the rest of the headline here, so it's Pope Francis and 40 faith leaders call for urgent action to combat climate change. Quote, future generations will never forgive us.
Oh,
what do you think future generations would not forgive the Vatican and faith leaders
awful.
over? Climate change or pedophilia?
all those children we abused over 70 years are never going to forgive us for not for continuing to use plastic straws.
Yeah, they'll forgive us, but not for using plastic straws. And there's like this photo.
The irony of this is unspeakable.
Oh my gosh, unreal. And there's a picture of all the world faith leaders, and it looks like a satanic ritual.
Dirt in a pot.
And Pope was the only one wearing white. Putting dirt in a pot that's in the Vatican. Thanks, Pope Francis, for putting dirt in a little vase. Your contribution to your fight against climate change.
Yeah, it's urgent action, guys. They urgently need to put some dirt in a pot. Don't...
It's just so ridiculous. Okay, in an unprecedented response to the, quote, grave threat facing all peoples worldwide from climate change, Pope Francis and some 40 faith leaders representing the world's major religions have joined in an appeal for urgent action. Signed today, October 4th, in the Vatican and addressed to all governments participating in the 26th UN Climate Change Conference, COP26, in Glasgow, Scotland, from October 31st, where they can sacrifice more babies on Hallows Eve, through November 12th. The appeals calls for decisive international political action to combat climate change and, quote, to safeguard, restore, and heal our wounded humanity and the home entrusted to our stewardship.
Our wounded humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's so weird how it's like all the same language that they should be applying
to child abuse.
To the child abuse, and they're doing it about a pot of dirt. They're doing it about, climate change. Which, look, I also love the earth. I want the earth to continue. I'm not so sure about the elite sort of profit motive for what they're calling climate change action, but
in general, you want to pick up your trash or burn it or whatever. Yeah,
I enjoy the gift that God has given us of this earth, but if it was a choice between taking urgent action on plastic straws or on saving children from sexual abuse and bringing justice to pervy priests, that probably would take most of my attention. But no, not for this guy. He's just going to pour a cup of dirt into a pot, call it a day.
The Glasgow summit aims to accelerate progress toward the goals of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Quote, future generations will never forgive us if we miss the opportunity to protect our common home. We have inherited a garden. We must not leave a desert to our children. Oh.
Dude, the fact that he keeps bringing up children,
I know.
It makes it so much worse.
I know. It's so bad. The faith leaders
so worried about the children when climate change is concerned. Oh, it's all about the children.
This kind of, I guess, motif or sort of worldview, it's actually the same that Newsom has as governor of California. He's got like all this stuff happening right in front of him, homelessness and whatever, and he's like green energy.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, there's people on the streets. Like one of the biggest centers in California, Los Angeles, is just a big homeless camp now. But you're worried about carbon emission by 2030 or whatever. Mm-hmm. The faith leaders represented an estimated 84% of the world's people that identity with the faith. I think they meant identify. And come from the main Christian denominations, the two main branches of Islam, Sunni and Shia, Judaism, Hinduism, Sikhism, Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, Zoroastrianism, and Jainism. I like how Zoroastrianism is in there.
Zoroastrianism being included is pretty funny.
I'm sure the faithful Zoroastrianists are kind of upset that their leaders are part of this, or maybe not. I don't know.
Who knows? I have no idea what they're thinking. That's hilarious, though.
Christians present at the signing in the Vatican included Pope Francis, Bartholomew I, the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, Metropolitan Hilarion of the Russian Orthodox Church, representing Patriarch Kirill, and Archbishop Justin Welby of Canterbury, representing the Anglican Communion. Muslim representatives included Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmad Muhammad Al-Tayyib, Egypt, and Ayatollah Saya Mustafa Mohageg Damad from the Academy of Sciences in Tehran, in Iran, while the worldwide Jewish community was represented by Rabbi Noam Marantz of the International Jewish Committee for Interreligious Consultations. This is a kind of proves a point that I've been making recently. 6 years ago, before the UN-sponsored climate change conference in Paris in 2015, Pope Francis published the encyclical Laudato Si. The document is widely recognized as having contributed significantly to getting many governments to support the Paris Climate Agreement, in which 195 countries committed to keeping global temperature rises to below 2 degrees Celsius. And 2015, that's the year it all happened in the U.S. When the Pope came to America, he spoke at the UN in New York and announced the Agenda 2030 thing. And literally since then, it's been it's been like a mad rush to get it all in place.
I'm curious what the point is for the Pope and all these guys to be doing this.
I mean, I'm sure they're following.
Like, what is the? I don't get it. They're just in it to make a statement to get social justice points. To what is it exactly? What do they gain from doing this?
I think they want to create the one world religion hive mind.
Oh yeah, that's probably.
And it's all based on ESG in the business sector, Build Back Better for the politicians. It's all based on carbon credits and just, the whole system. It's the whole system there. But this is just the ecumenical arm of it all. And there's a quote: America has learned from Vatican sources that prior to his visit to COP26, Pope Francis will receive U.S. President Joseph R. Biden Jr. in a private audience on October 29th.
So that'll be very special for Uncle Joe.
Joe and Francis sitting in an office.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, there you go.
Okay. Well, I think that's a show. Is that a show for you?
I think so. Yeah, we're almost at 4 hours here.
Yeah, we're almost at 4 hours. Yeah. Okay, folks. There you go. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Why don't you try tuning in again on Friday? That's right. Friday, October 8th, we'll be back. And so please consider us for producership. Yeah, that's right. If you've never become a producer before, perhaps Friday is your day. Just consider, how much value did you get out of this episode? How much value have you gotten out of past episodes? What is it worth to you? Put a number on it and become a producer of the show, because that's the only way that we can keep going. And so you can become a part of it. And I do want to thank all the producers for this episode of Canary Cry News Talk, episode 398. And those producers are, starting out with our executive producer of 398. That is executive producer Dame of Rivendell, rather. Thank you very much, Dame of Rivendell. Thank you to our other producers, Aaron J., John R., Anon, Daniel S., Child of God, Sir Salmon's the Night of the Fishes, Morv, Learbag 3000, JC, Juan A., Scott K., Anonymous, Malik, Gail M., Dr. Who Done Dat, Brant W., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Daniela O., and Runk Smash. Ciara. Don't forget Ciara. Thank you, Ciara. And thank you, Heather Russ. There we go. Thanks to all of our producers. And thank you to our timestampers, our jingle makers, our artists, everybody who makes this show possible. Y'all are the reason it keeps on going. So we will see you on next episode 399. Oof. Oh, my gosh. We're getting there, Gons. We're getting there. 400 will be on Monday.
I know.
Oh, man. If my VR came before then, it would be so great to do episode 400 in the new setup. But
yeah, we still haven't announced what we're going to do for 400.
No, we still haven't decided what we're going to do for 400. So we have 2 days. 2 days is our deadline, Gonzo.
I know.
All right. So, yes, thank you to everybody who helps produce the show. And remember, you can help out the show in plenty of ways. Well, first of all, if you want to become a producer, remember, you can go to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, you can head on over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. And if you want it even easier, you can just go to CanaryCry.Party. That's CanaryCry.Party. We got a little easy button there for you. But you can help the show out in plenty of ways. If you're a creative person, maybe you're a graphic artist or an artist, a painter, whatever it may be, a musician, a jingle maker, whatever you do, create something for the show, by the show. We'll feature it on the show. We love doing it. If you want to check out any of the art from today's episode, remember you can go to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com, click on the episode, scroll down. We got all the art there just waiting for your hungry little eyes to gaze upon. You can also help the show out by sharing it. Share the show. Share it out on your social media. Share it with a friend. There's plenty of options. You can just hit the little share button right there on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you're coming in contact with this information. Oh, and remember, we have CanaryCryMeetups.com. CanaryCryMeetups.com is a great place to meet other Canarians just like you. We've got all sorts of in-person meetups happening all around the world. Make sure you go to them. If there's one near you within a reasonable traveling distance, go ahead and show up. And if there's not one near you, go ahead and start one yourself. Guarantee that there are Canarians around you that are also wishing that there was a meetup near them. You can find all the instructions there at CanaryCryMeetups.com. And while you're there, share the show with whoever shows up at the meetup. You never know. Maybe there's a waiter or something, and they're like, why are all you weird people here?
Is that Joe Biden there?
I'm Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden. I'm here to take your order. And why are all you guys wearing googly eyes? You can share the show with Joe Biden, your waiter, in Montana or whatever.
But by the way, real quick, I know you're on your rant here, but sure. I do want to mention that I've been talking to somebody who's been trying out the Truther dating app.
Fountain.app, created by a Canarian.
Yes, and I think it's The Fountain, isn't it? I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It looks like something happened to that link. That's not good. And they seem to have met someone through it, so we'll see.
Oh, is it working?
It looks like it's working, although they said that once they got talking, they stopped using the app and they just hopped on Instagram to communicate or something.
That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
So... but yes, there are connections being made.
Okay, that's right. Why don't you find the actual? What is it actually called?
I think it's called The Fountain.
The Fountain, like Ayn Rand, The Fountain.
The Fountain.app. I think so.
The Fountain.app. Go to the Fountain.app. Well, we're not actually technically advertising this. We have nothing to do with this, but it was created by someone who listens to the show. So, go check it out. Let us know if it works or not. We're not endorsing it quite yet, but let us know if it works and give us a little thing. The first question, if you meet somebody on the Fountain.app, the first question you should be asking them is, do you listen to Canary Cry News Talk? So there you go. If they say yes, they're in. If they say no, you can share the show with them. That's a great way to share the show also, folks. Sign up for as many dating apps as possible. When you connect with somebody, first question you ask, have you listened to Canary Cry News Talk? If they say yes, you found your future soulmate. If they say no, you can share the show with them, and then they become a Canarian, and then you have a fighting chance to make it in this world where love is boiled down to a commodity and sold for profit by advertising companies. How is anyone supposed to find true love in a world such as this? Well, you just ask them if they've listened to Canary Cry News Talk, and if they haven't, Get them to listen. See, it's where true love is made, folks. But there's plenty.
I like how the pitch just turns into we're borderline dating show. True love is found on Canary Cry.
I'm just saying, man. It wasn't what we started out trying to do, but it seems to be a side effect of our life's work, bringing beautiful narrative questioners together. So there you go. That's another fun way to do it. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Guns, any last words?
Have an awesome Wednesday. We'll see you on Friday. That's it.
Okay. It sounded like there was more. Okay, we'll see you on Friday. Thanks, everybody, for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Yes, sir.
Stink minority.
Got hairy legs.
Feed him more.
Stop this progress before it is too late.
People don't even read their Bible, for heaven's sakes.
You can't handle the truth.
They are scum. They are scum.
Science is truth.
Vaccinations.
Aliens. Aliens. Aliens.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up.
Stink minority.
Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati. Keep yapping, man.
Get vaccinated.
Come on, man.
Get vaccinated.
Come on, man.
Get vaccinated.
Fun fact, I believe it was...
This is not about freedom.
Another fun fact.
Come on, man.
Fun fact.
120 days.
Another fun fact.
Anytime.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
Get vaccinated. Feed him more. Get vaccinated. Feed him more. Get vaccinated. Feed him more. Get vaccinated.
Circle back, but I'll have to circle back. Circle back, but I'll have to circle back. Circle back, but I'll have to circle back. I'm happy to circle back. I'll have to just circle back with you. We can circle back on that one. Circle back with you. It's an interesting question, but we'll circle back.
He's got the solution for the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset. Hiding in the shadows, he's always behind the scenes. Holding on the first
Great Reset. We need a Great Reset.
Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
Keep yapping, man.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
And excellent.
You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
Where are the aliens? I do it with everyone. Black and white, young and old, straight and LGBTQ, powerful people, friends, strangers, people who I meet on the street. I do kiss people on the forehead. I do kiss people on the cheek. I do kiss people on the balloon. I do hug people, men and women. I do it with everyone. I do it with everyone.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccination.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.